political institution in that matter. So in how they conduct themselves, in how they dispense with their job, you must create that sense that their number one consideration for whatever they do is Ghana, and find ways in which they can engender the people of Ghana to participate in this democratic exercise, and thus entrenching what's called democracy as the only system of choice for Ghana.
Okay.
And so that's my
preliminary thoughts. Yes, because we're going to come back to this issue about the accountability question, because you've raised a very important issue about how we have struggled to get Parliament to act as Parliament and not a wing of one of the other arms of government, And of course, there are a plethora of explanations as to why it is what it is, which is that on paper, it's supposed to be another wing, but actually in reality, it's almost as if it is in bed with the executive. And there are already fundamental questions or fundamental issues which have been raised about, look, until we are able to go back to the book, which is the 1992 Constitution, and then free up the hand of the president from necessarily choosing somebody from Parliament, we're always going to have this. Because the fundamental question we need to ask is, why do we go to Parliament in the first place? So we'll come back to this. It's a very important conversation you're having. Otherwise, all this talks about checks and balances will just be on paper, but in reality, it is not going to happen if we don't fix that, as one of the amendments that we need to make it, to the Constitution. But Mr. Dano Saboti, sitting there, I don't know what's been going through your mind. I mean, you've seen the last Parliament, 8th Parliament, the 9th Parliament is coming on. But there's been a lot of talk about, like he said, he thinks that the 8th Parliament has been a big shadow of itself. It's been very disappointing and it's not lived up to expectations. Do you agree with him, or you have a different opinion?
Good evening, Mauro, and good evening to your viewers. I think that we should be proud as Ghanaians, because our democracy has come this far through the efforts that we've all put in. And it's also worth acknowledging the contributions of our past speakers. To talk of Justice D.F. Annan, who was the first speaker in the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic. And then we also had we had Session Hughes during President Kufuor's years. Alajete, we had Banfo Addo, and then we had Joa Jaho, Michael Kwe. They all contributed their quota.
Right.
And that is why today we are going to have our 9th Parliament.
Yeah.
Yes, what am I expecting from the 9th Parliament? They should be very objective. Objectivity is the watchword, should be the key.
Isn't that a pipe dream?
They should be objective in the sense that, you see, the party should understand that we have people who are being elected by the electorate to speak for them, to represent them. So I normally have a problem where they tend to project the party way ahead of the people that they are representing.
I agree with you. Because because they were not voted for by only NDC people.
No.
In their constituents.
In their
constituency, sorry.
You understand? Yeah. So this 9th Parliament, I wouldn't want to see anything like, if the issue has to do with NDC, then all NDC MPs will support it.
The party,
if it has to do,
the party will put them into line.
If it has to do with NPP, yes, then we expect all MPPs to support. We need to have objectivity this time around. And I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Parliament must assert their independence.
They should assess it and make sure that they take decisions that were near to the benefit of the average Ghanaian. Very key. For us to repose that kind of confidence in our MPs, people will be expecting to see whether they'll be speaking for them or their own interest.
Okay.
And I'm also expecting that the euphoria will be brief. They should hit the ground running. Because the issues are many. Putting on my finance spectacle, I can tell you that the incoming president has Herculean tax
ahead of him.
The economy is not doing too well.
Yeah.
and he has to work extra hard. Definitely, there will be few challenges, okay? But I'm not expecting that we'll be having a replica of what occurred last Parliament, that is the 8th Parliament, where we saw MPs, exchanging blows and all that because they had this hung Parliament. This time around, we have NDC having the majority. So I'm expecting that the ceremony will be very, very smooth,
super majority,
very peaceful, okay? And fortunately for them to have the independent candidates throwing their weight behind the NDC. So it's going to be super majority, as you earlier mentioned. So yes, it's going to be very smooth. And I believe that reconciliation should also come in.
Okay.
Okay, we need to reconcile, definitely. I know that certain decisions didn't go the way of the NPP and maybe they were peeved. We saw it happening when the finance minister dragged his feet before presenting the mini budget, okay, all because they wanted to pay NDC back in their own coin. When they needed them to sit in Parliament to take decisions, they decided to walk out. And people have said that this time they can even decide to walk out and decisions will be taken, but I'm not expecting that. Whatever it is, they should be able to be there, speak their mind, and I believe that at the end of the day, Ghana will win. That is what that I'm expecting from our new MPs.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me just say that my colleague Desi will be joining me at some point because we need to know, for instance, how many MPs are coming to Parliament or you will sign up for Parliament today, because you do know that some of the seats are still being disputed, some of them are in court. I don't want to share the numbers with you because Jesse will be joining us shortly to share those numbers with you so that you know how many the NDC are expecting in Parliament today, how many the MPP are expecting in Parliament today, and so on and so forth. Let me come back to you, Dr. Victor Diok. You saw, even before before today's event, how both parties were making strenuous efforts to make sure that the disputed seats were dealt with. I mean, I'm not expecting to go into the legalities of it, but you saw the sort of confusion, and in some cases, the conflicts that were recorded in the voting centers, all because people just wanted to be sure that they were properly declared today so that they can go to Parliament and be sworn in. I don't know what you think about how the Electoral Commission has handled this whole matter and whether this could have portended, I don't want to use the right English, whether this could have created some kind of a problem for us ahead of this big event, because you have a situation where people are hell-bent on going to Parliament. There are all these legal challenges that are being thrown at them. The Electoral Commission decides which of the rulings that have been made that they will abide with. They go, they recollate, they say somebody has won. The NDC says, yeah, Mpene will not agree. We'll see how you come to Parliament. The Electoral Commission can declare you, but we'll see how you come to Parliament. I don't even have any thoughts on this, and whether we could see some chaos, erupt in Parliament today as a result of this, where somebody says, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm an MP elect, and yet maybe they have a name, but the Parliament security will say, no, as far as we're concerned, your name, no, Marshal, good, your name is not here, and that sort of thing. I don't know, but whose door can we put this blame? And do you foresee any confusion happening in Parliament as a result? Yeah.
The major blame should go to the organizers of the elections, the Electoral Commission.
Okay.
Now, when you look at, and I'll pick one by one, the aftermath of the elections itself, declaration of parliamentary results, and then the presidential. Now, you tend to ask yourself, how come the two main parties have a system where they collate in a matter of hours the results?
True.
To even know how many seats they've won.
Yeah.
For even the vice president to come out and then concede defeat.
Yeah.
And the Electoral Commission for over 36 hours has not gotten its figures accurate. Then definitely you would want to conclude that there needs to be massive reforms with regards to the election processes. I won't even talk about the personalities, because that's a different, issue altogether. Now, you have declaration of results, it's been announced. MPs elect in various constituencies have been duly announced by the presiding officers and all of that. And then you have these tussles here and there, the legal tussles in and out of court. It's a numbers game. So some people argue that, yes, NDC has won massively. So why are they fighting for these few seats?
Yeah.
The NPP are fighting for these few seats because when you look at all the seats that are in contention, they are made up of MPs who are very vexed in the parliament, experienced.
That's true.
And if you have a minority, a minor minority as this, you would hope that you have the minority who are very experienced and knowledgeable.
Absolutely.
So that they can handle the majority NDCs.
Yeah.
Now, most of the NDC MPs are new. So it will take some time for them to understand proceedings in Parliament. So it's a numbers game, first of all. And going forward, I think we need definitely reforms with regards to the election processes. How can we quickly as possible get the results, the numbers in, so we can avoid the aftermath of what happened, the violence especially that happened. Now, I don't see this issue with regards to who is MP-elect creating any kind of confusion in the Parliament. Why so? If we can cast our mind back, the Speaker of Parliament in one of his engagements mentioned that he
he declared publicly
that
there are some MPs he cannot swear in.
That's it. So he even mentioned this recollation and whatever collation, he doesn't really understand it.
Right.
So you are sure to have that. Those who have been duly declared would have their names there. So if you come in and you know your issue is in contention or is in court,
yes,
and then you come in and then your name is not there, rest assured you will not be allowed in. And you can't have your way in.
That's a recipe for disaster.
So even before you come in, I'm sure names have been submitted.
Yes.
Duly. Now, with regards to whether the EC submitted names of those who are in contention in court, they have to do the needful and then take those names out because it is in court.
Right.
So then if they get there, you can't even get there because then messages, as we've been made to understand, messages are already sent to MPs elect who are going to come into the chamber for the swearing in. So if you don't receive it and then you come in, those messages will be an entry point, first of all. So if you don't have it, you won't be allowed to enter. So I don't see it as a major issue, a threat at all to the proceedings that will happen.
In any case, if you're going to be part of this, you would have already registered with Parliament.
That's it.
So once you've not registered with Parliament, it means that you have no business being there.
You have no business.
And when you go there, you're creating a confusion. The marshal have every right to pick you up and deal with you.
You go there at your own peril.
I go there at your own peril. Right.
So it won't cause any problems at all.
At all.
Not at all.
I mean, so this is where perhaps you come in, because you're a private legal practitioner. Let's talk about the fact that there are some, for instance, if you take a seat like, say, Okaikwe Central, you take a seat like, say, Ablekuma North, you take a seat like, say, Tema Central, where a mandamus was filed by the MPP to compel the Electoral Commission to collate the results. The Electoral Commission respects the ruling of the court and then goes ahead to collate the results. But right after, the NDC then goes to file an appeal against that particular ruling. And the EC still goes ahead to do the collation despite the appeal which has been filed. Then we found out later from the NDC's legal team that it wasn't just an appeal or notice of appeal, but it was also a notice of injunction, although ex parte, which is that it was the other parties were not served, which is the Electoral Commission and the MPP. They went to ex parte to file an injunction plus a notice of appeal. Now, there are some who are saying that the fact that these two processes have been filed then should stop these guys who have been declared by the Electoral Commission as the winners of the constituency elections. So I've heard some lawyers say they shouldn't have gone ahead to do that. In fact, I've heard Dr. Justice Sai, who said what they have done is an affront to the Constitution, that they should have waited for the appeal to be heard before the Electoral Commission goes ahead to do the recollation. So if these guys have, I don't know whether they've registered. I'm talking about the guys who have won these 3 seats, which is some Charles guy, Tema Central, and then there's the guy with Ablekuma North, and then also the Okaikos, of course, that's Patrick Bama, who's a senior member, as he said, is one of the guys the NPP doesn't want to lose in Parliament. Can you put all of this in perspective for us? Because we need to understand why some persons won't be there based on your understanding of knowledge of the law.
First of all, my view is that, you see, notice of appeal doesn't serve as a stay. I think
it doesn't serve as a stay.
No, if at notice of you having filed a stay of execution doesn't serve as a stay.
Okay.
Now, you know, so you said for the injunction.
Yes.
They filed an ex parte one.
They did both, yes.
An ex parte one.
Yes, ex parte.
Have they filed the one on notice?
They should have, because now we're told that the Electoral Commission, in fact, the Electoral Commission itself has said that they have actually filed, what is it, a response? As an
affidavit in opposition.
In opposition,
so,
exactly.
So my view is that, you know, there's this principle, and is a bit controversial. Some people hold a different view. But my personal
different
view
schools of thought.
Yeah, but I aside with the school that says that a notice of an application for an injunction serves
as good as a stay.
It's as good as an injunction.
It's as good as an injunction.
So if what they filed was an ex parte one, then that one, then the argument would have been that since it's ex parte, then the other party does not have notice.
Okay, right.
And so then that principle wouldn't work.
Right.
But if they went...
The EC says they filed an affidavit in opposition. Yeah.
And so if they mean that they have the notice.
Yeah, they've been served.
So then in my view,
okay,
because I said I stand with the school of thought that says that
the EC shouldn't have gone
and
ahead.
there are authorities to that effect, that a notice of an injunction is as good as an injunction. So then they should have, in my view, they should have held on to whatever they are doing in respect of those
the coalition.
Exactly, until the injunction matter is heard and either what's called granted or
refused. Exactly. But here's the thing: is it possible for somebody before midday? You know, it just is my wildest thoughts. Is it possible by 12 midnight today for somebody to say they've been able to secure an injunction? It's not possible.
No, it hasn't. But this is gonna.
Yeah, I'm able to secure an injunction.
But
is that possible? When you find out at the 11th hour that you've been stopped from going to Parliament, even though you've registered.
Yeah. So you see. So if the people, so the EC has gone ahead.
Yes.
And you know, per the laws, once the EC gazettes the person's name and all
of that.
Yes, and they send the person what's called the forms to register and all. Mm-hmm. Then any recourse you have will be to either contempt of court or as in some action after the issues of, except that generally, where you have notice of an injunction, it ought to be as good as
an injunction. Yeah. And knowing the speaker very well, he said, well, I've just been served with an injunction that A, B, C, D, even though you've registered, I cannot swear you in.
But the injunction wasn't on the speaker. The injunction was on the, was supposed to be on the EC. So, and then...
So the speaker must go ahead and do his swearing in.
In my view, in my view.
But what if the injunction was served on the speaker as well?
To injunct them from...
To injunct the speaker from swearing those guys in.
Yeah, so the speaker... The principle is that a notice of an injunction is as good as an injunction. So the speaker is bad from swearing them in. But having said that, I think, and so that's the pure law. But I want to just comment briefly also on, because you asked the question that...
How did we get here? And who do we blame?
Yeah, in my view, I think I'll take a step further from just the EC and the processes, and start from the appointment processes.
Okay.
Into the EC. Because in my view, that's what has caused all this.
Okay.
This is a democracy. And because it's a democracy, so the people, whatever you do as a government, you need to get the buy-in of the people. You need to get the people's fidelity to your actions. Immediately the people start losing faith or do not trust in the systems that will sustain this democracy, then we are gone. Now, unfortunately, because you see, in my view, in my honest view, and I can't put it any better, the irresponsible act of the president in appointing people who were perceived to have partisan coloring onto the EC. The president undermined the trust the people had in the ability of the EC to deliver an election which will not only be free and fair, but which will, in their perception, will also be free and fair. Because so far as elections are concerned, the obligation of the EC is not just to deliver free and fair elections. You must deliver elections which are also perceived to be free and fair. And the president created a situation where that burden on the EC could never be discharged. And that's why in this election, so there was some extra vigilantism as in this entire. So I agree, there must be reforms, but the reforms should not be limited to just the operational side of the EC, but even how people, in who appoints people onto the EC. And so Mama is calling for a reset and is asking for an amendment. And I think that amendment must also include her appointments into some of these critical institutions, which are supposed to be the vanguards of our democracy.
I'm sure you've just fallen short of adding the judiciary.
No, so what I say vanguard, so it's not just the EC, but also the
judiciary.
Because until this president, we've never had a what's called a cause to doubt the integrity of some of these
EC officials.
But when we touched the EC, as in Charlotte Osei, which in my view was problematic. I still hold the view that in spite of everything that was going on, I hope Jomama does not touch the current EC, because you don't want to create a system where a president comes, EC is sacked, another person comes, EC is sacked. Because then that process
just going inside.
It will be attacking, like I'm saying, the EC, the judiciary, the media. In my view, they are the vanguards, the CSOs. They are supposed to be the vanguards of this democracy. So maybe you start altering those systems. What you are not only attacking them, you are actually attacking the integrity of this democracy. And when you consider what this democracy, this constitutional democracy is supposed to achieve, that is guarantee us the rule of law. What is at stake? Then I think it is really irresponsible when you take any sort of act that touches that. And so when the president took an oath that he was going to be faithful to Ghana, in my view, that oath to be faithful also included a faithfulness to all these institutions, all the values and principles. And immediately he appointed people who were perceived. And I'm using the word perception, perceived here. But who were perceived to belong to the MPP. He undermined that very critical process.
But some of the appointments have gone beyond perception. I mean, these are guys who have said, yes, I'm MPP, but once I've taken up this appointment, I cease to be MPP. I am now working for Ghana. I mean, if you take someone like Dr. Appiaje, he says, yeah, I'm MPP, and so what? So you see, that's what I'm saying, it's gone beyond perception.
Because no president should appoint someone like myself. Today, I'm not saying that I'll be, let's suppose I'm on the I'll be unfair.
Yes.
But it's not enough being fair. So you shouldn't appoint anybody who has any partisan
coloration.
Yeah, whether MPP, whether NDC, whether movement, whether anybody with any kind of partisan should not be appointed.
At least not overtly.
Because
the thing is, no, everybody votes.
Exactly. And that's why we use the word perception.
Perception, it's key.
The burden here is the perception. Even the EC votes. You understand that. Nobody is neutral. Right. Even the EC votes. You understand? You understand? But it is critical that we believe in the in the neutrality of the EC. Immediately we have an iota of doubt in the EC's ability to stay neutral and to be unbiased. Then you are undermining. And so in this issue of even with the courts, because you see, there have been, so I've been trying to see the videos of the duress, because when you see your system as duress, one, they are saying that, as in, you made the declarations because of force.
Okay.
Like a threat on your life, or that's the technical meaning of duress. Who determines, first of all, I watched some of the videos, I didn't see any acts that consider duress, but the point, who determines that duress?
Okay.
You get a picture. And two, even on the issue of the mandamus, because mandamus are judicial writs that are issued to compel a public official to do a function which they are legally
mandated to do.
And so if you record, so then people quickly change their word from recollation to collation. But mainly you say recollation. Are the EC, are they mandated to do recollation in the circumstance? You struggle there. So quickly they change and say, it's not recollation, it is collation.
Collation.
I get it. So that then the mandamus, what's called, as in could stand the legal test. But then quickly what that does is that it makes people, because people, you see, sometimes the lawyers and the law, we think it is too special. It's not special. Right now, you just Google what is a mandamus. You find out what is mandamus. And people understand things.
And Mr. Google will tell you what the mandamus is.
Yeah, people understand. Sometimes I would say we in this country, I've realized that we make the lawyers look like we are so special. We are not special. Yes, sir. People understand the issues.
That's true.
People, it's not only lawyers who understand the issue. People understand the issue. So many people will sit there and say, but you are talking about the US. They watch the videos. Unfortunately for the system right now, because of the power of the media now, and these people actually video things. Yeah. So we all watch them. Yeah. So what you are saying, you are claiming has happened. That's stated the recollection. We all watch the videos, and I'm like, oh wow. So where somebody has been duly declared, we all watched it. We all saw it duly declared, and then immediately something happens behind the scenes. Oh, you see. Maybe you may have denied one person, but the impact on the democracy, on people's fidelity to the system, you understand? Yeah. How can you legislate for that impact? I get it. Yes, and those are the critical issues that before us, that requires that we need reforms like this. Yeah. We need serious reforms. Right. We need serious reforms to save this.
Mr. Sabote, but let me again mention that Mr. Abiana would have to leave it at some point because he has other commitment elsewhere. I'm sure that this will be his concluding remarks because he has to leave us and go and attend to some other, like I said, some other summits. I'm proud. So I want to thank you so very much. I have to keep my word. So the next time when we invite him, he'll say, well, the last time I came, you kept me here.
Moro is a very honorable man. I hope that going forward, Ghana, unlike our past presidents, will have honorable men. People who stick to their words.
I want to remain a man of integrity. Thank you so very much, Lawyer Pianako, for joining us. And then would be in place of Honorable Edu Asare, who is a former member of Parliament for the Adentan constituency. Now, the reason why he's been here is extremely important is that he's been there before. He was once a member of Parliament. He's witnessed this dissolution of Parliament where some other persons were sworn in. So he can give us a feel of how MPs by now will be feeling, especially those who are going to Parliament for the first time. I'm told there were more than 40-something MPs who are going there for the first time. And also those who won't be going back to Parliament. And so he knows how both ends of the scenario feels where, you're going to Parliament for the first time and you're not going to be going to Parliament again because your time is up. Anyway, so we'll take a short break. So let's watch the documentary again that we'll put up for you. And then when we're done with that, Honorable Edu Asare, and then also Dr. Ni Ama Adi, who is a lead fellow at Center for Social Justice, will also be joining us here for this interesting conversation. Stay with us.
To be conducted into the chamber. I now respectfully invite His Lordship, Justice Enin Yeboah, the Chief Justice of the Republic, to proceed to the dais and to assist to administer the oath of allegiance and the Speaker's oath.
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. Do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
Read, and at least I think I know a lot that you may not have gone through. What is happening in this parliament is completely unacceptable. And I'm not sure you have appreciation of the temperature of the country.
Mr. Speaker, the Bible is so telling. The Bible knew Ghana will have a president called Akufo-Addo. This is what it says. If you only get the foundation laid and then run out of money you are going to look pretty foolish.
Speaker, with all due respect to your chair, these preliminary remarks you are making are prejudicial, and I believe that as representing the good people of Sevi also, it doesn't lie in your mouth to remind us of the things that you said.
You represent the good people of Sevi also. I represent the whole country. Please, Marshal, take him out of the house. Marshal, take him out of the house. I will not entertain such disrespect. It lies in my mouth.
Minister, were you here from the very beginning?
My understanding is that...
Were you here from the very beginning?
No, I've been here since morning.
Please, can you... You've been here since morning?
I've been here since morning. I've been here from the very beginning. Today, I was
so
here
why did you say
when
no?
The prayers were being
if you were
said.
here, why did you say no?
I have been here all morning. I had no idea what you meant by the very beginning.
Minister, you really listen to yourself when you are talking?
This is the same Atu Forcing. Atu, is it the same you? Is this Atu Forcing? Hey, Atu! Hey, Atu! Hey, Atu Forcing! Were you not the person who could not draw down on the CDB loan? Were you not the one who could not implement successfully the IMF facility that disbursement ceased? Are you not the same person? Yes, I tell you on authority that during your time, you could not successfully implement the IMF deal. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, he has been here before. Someday he may be here again.
That superintended and supervise this economic crime are number one, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, aka Mr. Strategist. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, number two, we have the almighty Ken Oforiatta. I call him aka One Program, One Bond. Mr. Speaker, we also have Governor Ernest Addison, aka the printer, who prints money for the government. Mr. Speaker, what a solid economic mismanagement.
What a documentary. I love it. I love it. It for me, it encapsulates and it captures everything that happened in the 8th Parliament, and especially the part where I had Atu. You know, that's a very interesting interaction during that particular banter in Parliament between the majority leader, or they say the outgoing majority leader, Alexander Fenyo-Markin, who is also the MP for Efutu, and also Dr. Castle Atu-Forcing, who is the minority leader. Now, let me say that there was a very important, two important developments today. The top hierarchy of the Ghana Armed Forces went to pay to bid farewell to the outgoing president. I'm talking about His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We'll show you the videos of that, and then also we had the incoming president, or the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who had a tour of the Flagstaff, of Jubilee House for the last time, for the last time before Nana Addo leaves or vacates that particular premises. We'll show you these two videos, and then when we come back, Honorable Edu Asari, who's a full member of Parliament for the Denton constituency, will be joining us, and also Dr. Dr. Niama Adi, who is a lead fellow Center for Social Justice, will be taking their seats, and then the conversation will continue.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lieutenant General.
Yes, sir.
And another one.
So, Mr. President, I'll begin first. I want to congratulate you on behalf of the Military High Command for leading our country for 8 years, exceptional way, and especially when it comes to those of us in the security services. We've never witnessed this before. It's unprecedented in the annals of the Ghana Armed Forces, the level of development, the level of equipping us with resources, which enabled us, the commanders, to be able to work effectively to conduct expansion of the Ghana Armed Forces and be able to resource ourselves to fulfill the mandate and to keep this country stable. And we learned a lot of lessons out of your leadership, and it's something that we cherish so much. We thank you very much for your leadership. Mr. President, last but not the least, was the announcement at Parliament House about our elevation to our various ranks. Mine to the General, the Service Chiefs to Lieutenant General, and the Chief of Staff also. Mr. President, on behalf of all of them, once again I express our gratitude, our appreciation for elevating us. I know that this brings about a lot of responsibility. We thank you so much, and God bless you. Mr. President, well done. Thank you very much.
As from tomorrow. Well,
thank you very much.
But this is by way of an old haunt of yours, so you're familiar with it. And as you know, the statute provides that the incumbent has to vacate these premises the day before, so the whole place is ready for your occupation, both here and the office. But I thought that it was important that we should do this formality for the country to see that the whole process of the transition is working according to the letter and spirit of the law, and that we're now ready for your administration to take over the affairs of the country. So I'm very happy to see you, and that I think the work of the transition has now virtually been completed. They've had their final meeting. That's the information that I've had. I believe I'm right in saying that. Yeah. And then all the other outstanding matters of the transition, Article 71, office holders, all these are now going to be dealt with by the Parliament. I've written to them my comments on the proposals that the Emoluments Committee sent to me. So we're in shape. Yeah. The country is waiting for you as from tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President-elect, you're welcome, and the rest of it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a privilege to be here with you on the day before we have the inauguration. I want to thank you and your side of the transition team, Chief of Staff, for what has been a cordial and smooth transition. And we do think that we are quite ready, you know, with the information we have to start to work immediately after we finish the inauguration tomorrow. It is conventional to meet on the last day and, as it were, take over, you know, the premises. The last time I was president, I didn't live here, and so you are the first occupant of this premises, even though I'm familiar with the geography of it. Yeah, but I want to thank you for what has been a smooth transition, and you can count on us, you know, even in government, that will continue the spirit of cooperation. And so thank you again very much, Nana, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, it was these were events that happened earlier today. The former president met the incoming president met the outgoing president at the presidential villa. Now, the presidential villa is actually we call it the residence where the president is allowed to, you know, rest and sleep over and so on and so forth. That's the villa. Now, the last time the two met, it was actually at the administrative block, which is the Jubilee House itself. You know, I'm talking about where the work itself takes place, and that's where he took the incoming president on a tour of. But now it's at the presidential villa. And as we heard of the incoming president saying that this is the first time he's actually you know, taking a tour of the place, because when the place was done, it was finished and everything, he didn't get to spend the night there when he lost the elections. And so he was just telling Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that he is lucky to be the first president to have actually used that particular facility. And so he's not too familiar with that area, but that's just fine. And then also earlier in your shot, you saw the top hierarchy of the Ghana forces also saying they are, saying bye-bye, so bidding farewell to the outgoing president, that's His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So joining us in the studio is Niamah, who's the lead fellow Center for Social Justice, also joined the studio, and also the former member of Parliament for Adentan constituency, the Honorable Edu Asare, who's taking time off his very busy schedule to join us this evening. Remember, the show goes all the way until the MPs are sworn in, and then we can all say goodbye, and then come back in the morning for the inauguration, which will start at 11 at the Independence Square. But let's go to, now speaking about the Independence Square, Dominic Price there, my colleague, is there, and he's been taking a tour of the place just to look at how things are coming along, whether we're ready for tomorrow's event. Dominic, what can you report in terms of what you've seen? Does it look like we're ready for tomorrow?
Right, Mauro, thank you very much, and also to your guests in the house. Yes, indeed, the place is really prepared, I should say. Security is in check. Coming in here, we could see that our protocols were observed. Security has to check whether you have accreditation in order they can allow you to get inside. And also coming in, we could see that people are poised and they were outside. I mean, the forecourts of the Independence Square, possibly waiting to witness what is going to happen here. That is on the 7th, tomorrow. The President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, will be sworn in. I mean, security is in check, barricades. I mean, officials, organizers are making sure that everything that the people need to sustain their lives and also govern a peaceful process of the swearing in of the president-elect is ensured. I mean, you can see that. We could see all from the back. There are standing fans situated in case there's an overcrowded crowd here, so that at least they wouldn't feel too much heat. Seats are arranged. You can see from the spectator stand, people are already seated and some people are sleeping, waiting for tomorrow to come so they can also witness the glorious moment of the National Democratic Congress.
All right, Dominic. Hello, Dominic, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Mauro.
All right. Did you get to speak to some of the security officials there, and how strict are they going to be about accreditation before you get there? Because people are watching, and there's some people who would say, well, it is our day tomorrow, accreditation or no accreditation. My party, they do inauguration, I'm going there. So how strict are they going to be with accreditation?
Right. Right. The strictness of it is what the publication says, or the communique, really, projected, that if you don't have accreditation, tomorrow's event, it's not for all people. If you are with accreditation, you will definitely be allowed or be ushered in to witness the ceremony tomorrow. I'll use myself as an example. When we got to the peak of the entrance of the Blaster Square, I was stopped by the military or security personnel asking questions, where are you from? In as much as we're holding our Metro Cork or our Metro mic or microphones and also have our tags on, they have to inspect that we have accreditation. So then I have to also show my accreditation tag in order for them to allow me to go and have access to whatever that is going on in there. So they really even ask, what are we doing? Are those two people with me also part of the whole process, or what I'm here to do? And then I have to respond, yes. They have to check whether indeed they are from Metro, Metropolitan TV. That is what really happened. I then had a conversation with one of the military officers, and honestly, what he told me is tomorrow's event is going to be on strictly basis. Nobody will be allowed to get in here without accreditation. It doesn't matter whether your party, is having a glorious moment tomorrow. All that you need to do is to go through the right process and the right procedure in order to have your way to witnessing what will happen tomorrow.
I see some scores of people there. Are they workers? Are they just ordinary passers-by who just want to see what's happening? Who are they?
Right, so some of them are media men, some of them are organizers. Some of them are media men, as I said. Some of them are organizers. Some of them are party faithfuls who are here ensuring that whatever that is supposed to be done here, it's really done well, so that tomorrow they can have a glorious moment and also a peaceful and a beautiful, swearing in moment.
All right, Dominic, thank you very much for that report.
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much, Dominic, for that report.
Right, thank you very much.
That's Dominic Kansapra reporting from the Independence Square, where tomorrow at 11 o'clock the inauguration is going to be taking place. And as you can see, the media, some of the media guys are already there. And of course, I'm sure some of the other guys are workers who are still maybe doing one or two finishing touches to the event venue before tomorrow. So it's a big day. It's a big day tomorrow. First of all, remember the history has been made. You have a former president who is coming back as president, and also for the first time we have a female vice president. So it is this rich history which has been made. So you can understand why such an incredible amount of preparation has gone into the how do you call it, preparing the grounds for tomorrow's event. Let me come back in the house. Honorable Idwasari, it's good to see you. It's always a pleasure having you join us here on Metro Television. I mean, you're a friend of the media and a friend of Metro TV as well, and so we're grateful that you don't turn us down when we invite you here. But I don't know what's been going through your mind. I mean, you have been there before. I mean, you were with the 6th Parliament, I believe. Or was it the 5th? The 5th Parliament, yes. So in your case, you've been there and you've come out. I don't know if you can explain to us how the feeling is. I mean, for the first time you're going to the August House of Parliament, it must have been a big deal at the time. Kayo, do you remember the kinds of things that were going through your mind at the time? Family, relatives who wanted to be there, you had to stop some of them because everybody wants to come and say, no, there's no more space. I mean, what are some of the fondest memories of what you went through at the time when you were going to Parliament for the first time?
Good evening to yourself, my co-panelists.
Right.
Well.
Oh, before you go ahead, let me just say that Niyama once again, it's good to see you. Mm. How are you? Long time. Doggy.
Yeah.
All right, boss.
Right. I don't know, but it's that good feeling,
right?
You after having this long campaign, going every corner, when the victory
is sweet.
Yeah.
Such a difficult seat like Adenta.
And all of a sudden you become the talk of the neighborhood or the constituency where you
honorable
won. So, and then on the eve of the inauguration, you have to go and see to the what do they call that? The swearing in.
The swearing in.
Yeah. So we see to the election of the speaker first, and then the swearing in takes place.
Yeah.
And we quickly go home and prepare for the next morning. Yeah. So usually it's just some 1 hour business maximum, sometimes less, depending on the controversy.
If there's no fight.
Yeah, if there's no fight, yes. In our case, we didn't have any such issue. So it was just a quick one. We went home, prepared, and then the next morning we were at the Independence Square to, so
witness the inauguration of the swearing of the president.
It's a good feeling. I won't lie to you. It's good. You now tell yourself that you were able to convince people to vote you back or vote you into Parliament.
Right.
Yeah. So the good thing also is that once you get in there, the senior ones, if you are ready to learn, they take you through it. So it's not bad.
It was a good feeling. It was a good feeling. And, but whilst there, how did you manage, because like you said, I mean, it's, in terms of when it comes to your politics, it's one of the biggest achievements you've had, which is to go to Parliament. I mean, were you at the time thinking of how you're going to survive for the next 4 years, for instance, because of the demands by constituents, the pressure that comes with being a member of Parliament, so in one breath, you're excited about being in Parliament because there are little privileges that come with it, but we're also, a bit concerned about how you can sustain and maintain yourself in Parliament for the next 4 years. Was this something that crossed your mind? Yeah, so some of the MPs are in. I can see Dominic Ayene, who's there. Bolgatanga East, I believe. Yes, Bolgatanga East Member of Parliament. And also Sam George, who is the Member of Parliament for the Ningo Pram Pram constituency. I also see Brady Champon, who is the Member of Parliament for the Abetifi constituency. Yeah, and I see Collins Dowd as well. Interesting. And then also Governance Agboja, who is the South Dai Member of Parliament. I believe so. I think it's South Dai, yes. And then also the was it one of the Bono? I forgot the name of this guy. I think Banda, something Banda. That's the name of the Bono guy. Anyway, so yeah, quite a number of them are trooping, but still a lot of empty seats there. It's 10:36. I'm sure by 11, right? I'm sure by 11 because we were told that by 12 o'clock. Of course, we do know. I mean, as a matter of fact, by 12 o'clock, a new speaker should be sworn in. So, Honourable, at this time, where are the MPs? I mean, aren't all of them supposed to be seated?
Definitely yes, but most of them are maybe hanging around the foyer area. And
just receiving calls, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Congratulatory
messages. They've been given a specific
time to move into the chamber.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also when the speaker is about to enter, they usually ring the bell and move people.
Yes.
So I'm sure they've been timed.
Are you guys prepared for this? Is there a meeting? The party would meet you and walk you through what you're supposed to do.
Parliament,
okay, the party itself will meet you, and that's on the D-Day, which is today.
Yes.
Okay. What are you taught in that meeting? What are you told?
The leadership.
The leadership.
Discuss the leadership. Who's going to be your leader? Who's going to be the deputy? And,
so by now they know who's the first and second deputy speaker.
Sure.
Speakers will be.
Not speakers. I'm talking about the leadership.
The leadership of Parliament, which is majority.
Exactly.
The chief whip, deputy chief whip, and so on. So but you know what? Interestingly, when Jeff Mauto, who is a parliamentary correspondent, he spoke to one of the guys, a family relative who came there, and he mentioned that he's here to give his support to the first deputy speaker of Parliament. And so he knows it already, which is better than here for. With Akachi South MP.
It's been discussed.
It's been discussed.
This morning.
Yes.
Yeah, so
it's all part of the discussions that come up.
Yes, we need to know.
Oh, I see.
Because the entire caucus have to buy into whoever will lead them.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So reasons will be adduced.
Right.
And of course, Anyafo has always been the main man when it comes to when the laws are being dealt with in Parliament.
Yeah, because he's a lawyer himself.
Yes, and he's always there. Being a lawyer is not the case, but he's always there to ensure the law is being worked on. Yeah, it's a tedious work, and it takes a committed person.
You can call him an unsung hero of a sort, because his name doesn't really pop up when these things are being talked about.
Yeah, so I think
he deserves it.
Because for a second deputy speaker, most of the time the speaker may not be the one handling these law issues.
Right.
So the deputy speaker, who is usually a lawyer, but not just a lawyer, but someone who is
has a law background.
In the law, the language, because you are going to be the one to guide how these words, when they are brought into from the Attorney General's office, how to cross the T's, how to couch the language and whatever. So it takes a certain effort, and usually you find that when it gets to that point, a lot of MPs don't show interest. It's very tedious.
Yeah.
You understand? Because you can stay on one clause for like 3 hours. It's a long process.
It's a long process.
You need committed people to really do that. The MPP had this man, is it W.O. Boafo? Remember him? Yes, he was for me during my period in Parliament. He was the man for me. He was always there whenever the laws were being done. So this Honorable Ahiafo seems to be a replica for that man, So he going in for the speaker's position, that deputy speaker position is really in the right place.
It's deserving. I think that's the point you're making. Let me just I wanted to say break the news, but let me just say the news just end. Earlier, Doc, you remember I asked lawyer Apia Dankwa whether it is possible for a stay of execution to be filed to prevent the 3 MPs whose results have just been collated and have been officially declared by the Electoral Commission, whether somebody could mischievously go and file a stay of execution just to prevent them from happening, even though the registered must have been 2 days ago. And he said, well, it's possible, but he doesn't foresee that happening. Now the news is in. As if I knew something about it. The news is in. The news is the Parliament has been served with a legal application for a stay of execution by the NDC aimed at preventing the swearing in of the MP select for Techiman South, Okaikwe Central, and Tema Central. Now, this unexpected development has introduced uncertainty into the official inauguration of the new parliament scheduled to take place soon. Now, if you listen to what his legal argument is that once a stay of execution has been filed, what it means is that your hands are tied. You cannot swear them in. If you do, it's a contempt of court. So they would have to wait for, and the stay, I think it takes 7 days for it to be properly heard. If it is refused, then the status quo ante, remains, which is that they will be sworn in by the speaker. But of course, if it's also accepted, if it's granted, then what it means is that the main issue itself they're going to go into the main issue, which is challenging the results which have been declared by the Electoral Commission. That's going to take a bit of time. But the question now arises, which is, does that mean that the status quo ante, as I said, which is the guys who initially were declared, were declared as MPs, but then following the recollation, it now changed and then went to somebody else's, and then somebody else won, which is the guys who were supposed to have been, sworn in today. So what it means is that it goes back to the NDC, the 3 seats, which is Tablikuma Central, Techiman South, and also Tema Central. So it's going to be very interesting. None of us is a lawyer, unfortunately, but it's going to be very, oh, you're a lawyer. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So what does this mean? I mean, a stake of execution has been filed. What does that mean? For the swearing?
The question I'll ask is, when you said the news just came in, because you cannot serve after a certain time. So if it is a thing that was done, I mean, you have to do during working hours. Maybe up to 5 o'clock, or maybe 6 o'clock, but 5 o'clock more ideally. So, I mean, at what time was it served that we are now hearing of it? You get it. Or whether it was held until this time before it's been broke out to the public. But definitely the NDC side, as I read or heard, they gave an indication that they were going to file for an appeal. Okay. Yes. So if they file for an appeal and maybe they've secured, because you have to stay the decision of the High Court pending an appeal.
Exactly.
So stay of execution. Don't act. Don't do anything that the High Court have said until the determination is made. So that's the stay of execution. Okay. So if they've succeeded in that, usually it gives, I mean, if it's an injunction, as they say, you may have we have 3 types of injunctions usually: the interim injunction, the interlocutory injunction, and then the perpetual injunction. So an interim injunction will take, like, say, 10 days, within which the substantive matter must be heard. Okay. So I don't know what the strategy is or what they intend to do, but maybe to prevent them from being sworn in. Because once they are sworn in, then they're going to fight in a capacity as members of parliament, where they are clothed with a lot of parliamentary immunities and all that you cannot. The task
becomes harder.
So I think that the strategy is that don't get them sworn in, so that we fight it outside. And I think that is what.
But the thing is, if they're not sworn in, the MPs who were initially declared by the Electoral Commission, based on which the MPP went to court to tell the court that the swearing in wasn't done properly. So we're filing a mandamus to compel the Electoral Commission to do the right thing. The Electoral Commission then goes ahead to say, okay, court says we should do the collation. But after doing the collation, the guys who won before actually didn't win. And that is the new guys who have won. And all the three are MPP MPs. Now, you're right that the NDC then went to court to say, no, this mandamus is defective, it's problematic. So we are appealing against it. And after filing an appeal, they've also filed a stay pending the appeal processes.
Yeah.
And that is what has been served on the Speaker and then also the MPs in questing, and of course on the MPP itself, and of course the Electoral Commission. So you're saying that once this processes has been served on the Speaker cannot swear them in. Oh, sorry, we served on the clerk, sorry. Yes, we served on the clerk. So what it means is that they cannot be sworn in.
Yeah, because then that means that you are bringing the image of the court into disrepute. You have to respect.
Does it matter whether the stay was applied for ex parte?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Once it's authentic and it's coming from the court,
really?
You just have to, yes.
I see.
Yes. Because whatever it is, once it's served on you, they will say that it's as good as the matter has been heard and the determination has been made.
Okay.
So you have to stay.
You have to stay.
Wait until the substantive matter is heard in appeal. So yes, what you said earlier, the NDC had gone to the Supreme Court to seek
to quash an earlier decision by the High Court.
By the High Court.
Yes.
And then they said yes. Go back.
The High Court.
Because at the High Court they were not heard.
Yes.
So go back and do the proper thing.
Yes, do the proper thing.
So once they go back, the whole process starts again.
Yes.
And you always have 2 steps ahead to go. So they've done the High Court, they have the Appeal Court, and then they have the Supreme Court to go. So until all that are exhausted, you cannot do anything.
Okay. All right. You want to chip in something? Because once you're done, I would also be I'll bring in a different issue, which has to do with the President Mohammed's statement on what he wants from the NDC in Parliament to do for Speaker Bagwing. And then we can have a discussion. That's in itself has triggered a whole discussion on his own. But Mr. Sawate, there's something you want to add? His hands have been stayed.
Elected,
yes,
and then the stay of execution. So none.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So those 3 guys cannot be sworn in. But the guys who, but the question I asked is, so the guys who were initially declared winners,
yes,
can't also, of course, they didn't register to come in this one, so they can't come. So that's interesting. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's very, very, very interesting. Anyway, so let me read the statement, which the former president, must have been yesterday, right? Must have been yesterday that the former president released a statement. And it's a statement on an admonition to the members of parliament to do specific things. Now, after the statement, we've had the likes of H. Kwesi Prempeh, who feels that, look, if you want to reset, reset. Because the tone of the statement for him sounded more like he's imposing a speaker on Parliament, when indeed he does not belong to the House of the legislature, and that he's with the executive. So the office of John Dramani Mahama, this is what it says, Sunday, January 5 to 2025 for immediate release. President-elect mandates NDC parliamentary leadership to nominate the Right Honourable A.S.K. Bagwing as Speaker of the 9th Parliament. So the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive of the Parliamentary Leadership and the Parliamentary Leadership of the NDC, has mandated the nomination of the Right Honourable Alban Sumana Bagwing as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. The Right Honourable Bagwing has distinguished himself in the service of Parliament, rising from the Member of Parliament for Nandoli to Minority and Majority Leader respectively, and subsequently as Speaker of the Parliament, of the 8th Parliament. He brings a wealth of experience to the position which will prove vital in steering the affairs of Parliament at this critical period in Ghana's democratic and legislative development. The President-elect is convinced that under the stewardship of the Right Honourable Alban Bagwing, Ghana's Parliament will be further strengthened to deliver effectively on its oversight responsibility. Signed, Felix Kwachi Ofosu, Special Aide to President John Dramani Mahama. Of course, the Speaker of Parliament replied or issued a statement in response to the former president's statement. So the incoming president's statement, and when that is ready, good. It says Office of the Speaker, and it goes ahead to say that statement of gratitude from Right Honorable Advan Sumana Kingsford Bagwing, Speaker of Parliament. I extend my profound gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the honor and trust he has in consultation with the national executives and the parliamentary leadership of the NDC placed in me by the decision that I should be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. This is both a profound privilege and an onerous responsibility, a responsibility that I do not take lightly. I'm deeply humbled by His Excellency's confidence in my ability to lead the August House as we begin a new chapter in our nation's democratic journey. Now, throughout my years of service to Parliament and the people of Ghana, I have always remained loyal to Ghana and committed to the principle of justice, fairness, and respect for the rule of law. Now, as Speaker of the 9th Parliament, I will continue to uphold the values and ensure that the 9th Parliament operates with the highest standards of integrity, transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. I would like to take the opportunity to assure the President, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the people of Ghana that I will, more than before, rededicate myself fully to the task ahead of the country, working to strengthen our democratic institutions and to ensure that Parliament remains an effective and responsive institution to the needs and hopes of the people. Once again, I thank the President-elect, the National Executive of the NDC parliamentary leadership for the singular honor to have a second term as Speaker of Parliament of Ghana. It says, thank you, Right Honorable Advan Sumana Kingsford Bagwing, Speaker of Parliament. So that's his response letter to the President-elect, thanking him and showing gratitude for reposing that confidence in him. But H. Kwesi Prempeh has he has concerns. Yes. Oh yeah, that's the guy, Edem Agbana, who is the member of Parliament for the K2. It must have been it's K2 North, exactly. That's K2 North. Yeah, that's Edem Agbana, first time MP. He's probably going to be the youngest MP in Parliament, I believe so. He is, right? Yeah, he's the youngest parliamentarian, and he's more than excited about the opportunity which have been given to him by his constituent. Now, I want to read the H. Kwesi Prempeh's concerns about the letter. Now, this is what H. Kwesi Prempeh says, and I'm going to read this just briefly. It says, choosing the Speaker of Parliament, head of the second branch of the state, is a constitutional duty and a prerogative of the members of the incoming Parliament voting individually by secret ballot. It is to be expected that the President, being head of government, would have a strong interest and influence in the choice of the Speaker, as the occupant of the Speaker's chair must work closely with the President and his ministers to ensure the smooth running of government. In particular, whereas in the incoming Parliament, the party of the President also controls an overwhelming majority of the seats in Parliament, the President's preference for Speaker should be expected to carry great weight in the MP's decision. So, there's nothing wrong for the President to publicly express and indicate his preference for Speaker. Okay, so this is not the one I am talking about. Okay. Oh. So, let me... Oh, good. So, take note. Reset means doing things differently with different results, not doing the same thing. Well, I'll get to that particular, how do you call it? The concerns that were expressed by H. Kwesi. I get you that. But his point is, the tone of the letter for him sort of creates a certain impression as though the President is imposing a Speaker of Parliament on a Speaker on the Parliament when he has no business doing so. For him, that's the impression it creates. And if you want to reset, where you want the arms of government to act independently, this shouldn't be the tone of the tone of the letter. I don't know whether you agree with him. You do? Oh, you heard it. Okay.
So what we say is that Parliament is a different arm of government.
Yeah.
And therefore, there shouldn't be that interference by the executive.
Right.
That it should leave them to do their own thing.
Right.
And then the assignee to the letter,
Professor Kwachi Felix.
Yes, said that we cannot pretend that the president
has no influence
on
the choice of the speaker.
We don't know where the speaker is coming from and all that. But I think that what H. Prempe sought to say is that yes, you can do it, but it shouldn't be seen in the public as if you are giving that direct instructions to the Speaker of Parliament. Else, it may seem biased, as if he would take instructions from the president rather than from the members of Parliament that he's supposed to work with.
Okay.
And they say whether it's said or not, the reality is still there, that they know where he belongs, the party that has nominated him for the seat, and all that.
Okay. All right. Do you agree? Is that how you see the letter?
Irrespective of the fact that the incoming president has only 4 years, now you would want to be sure that he wants somebody, yes, who can work with him. But I think the problem could be the wording of the letter.
Okay.
And then, irrespective, they had indoor discussions and whatnot, because you're sure that he would consult the NDC parliamentarians and then discuss and then come out. But I think the wording of the letter, some specific words were, I think, unnecessary in that regard. And then in a whole, I think it should have been presented, as if the parliamentarians themselves willingly decided, irrespective of if the president had, an overall, some sort of like a big say in it. It shouldn't have been projected like the way it is with the letter and the wording and all of that. That could have been avoided, entirely. So I agree with what my colleague here is saying. It would seem as if the incoming president somewhat will instruct the speaker. But assuming it's going to happen, you're sure to have the speaker, standing on his ground, because then we know who his personality is made of and what he has shown in the past years with regards to even the outgoing president and how he has taken control over the House. And you're sure to have the speaker speaking truth to power, pointing to the incoming president where he goes wrong.
Okay.
So I think by and large, what the incoming president wants to do is, when you talk about the three arms of government, everyone specifically with regards to the speaker in this particular case, you would want to have that cordial relationship and work with, and then try to move things faster than any new person, and then have hitches here and there. But you're sure that the speaker would not just kowtow to issues that are not in the interest of the country. If it should come from the president, he would definitely stand his grounds and then make sure that the interest of the country is first most before interest of the party.
I see. Because this is where he says, look, he doesn't have a problem with the president, publicly declaring a preference for somebody. After all, he has an overwhelming majority of MPs in Parliament. But this is where he disagrees. He says, blah 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 blah. Oh, I just skipped it. I just skipped that. Blah blah. However, we must not entrench the impression, or an impression or practice in the Fourth Republic where the Speaker is seen as a nominee of the President, as the press release implies. This is one of the legacies or features of our imperial presidency that further subordinates the legislature to the executive. And it says we should move away from that. It would have been more proper if the attached letter emanated from the NDC Parliamentary Caucus and read something like, the members of Parliament elect of the NDC have consulted with the National Executive of the party and have agreed collectively to support the nomination and re-election of Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, Speaker of the 8th Parliament, as Speaker of the 9th Parliament. The President-elect could then freely announce his endorsement of the choice, but for the President-elect to mandate, what is that? It says to mandate. So, and it says what is worth doing is worth doing properly. Having said that, I congratulate on we. So, yeah.
normally done by the president-elect.
Yeah.
But of course, with the tone of the letter,
okay,
that suggests that it is an imposition, more of an imposition. But if you look at the letter from the speaker,
yes,
he tried to cure
that
idea.
Okay.
When he brought in leadership of the party, you know, he added the leadership of the party in congratulating or in accepting the nomination.
The nomination.
Yeah. So yeah, it is true. The tone was like imposition, but going forward, I think that the secretary should know how to, you know, put words together, not to suggest that the imposition. I mean, it's more of an imposition, but I see it to be a suggestion from the president, that elect. That it should be more of a suggestion instead of like a directive.
But mind you, David, this is how it's always been written.
Yeah.
I think the only problem that Professor H. Kwesi Pepe has is that if you say you're going to reset, then reset, which is that we have done something for a very long time, and we have said it's not working for us, because we don't want this thing where Parliament consistently is becoming subservient to the executive. You know, so they're always at the beck and call of the executive, right? And so we want to be able to find a way to say that we want to change that, so that Parliament can assert its independence and be, you know, and be basically enjoy the kind of independence that they want to. Even though, look, realistically speaking, that's not going to happen. You know, we're just playing the ostrich until we tweak our constitution. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You know, but I think where he's coming from is that your letter, or the tone of your letter, must be seeking to signal that you want that to change. Even if in reality you can't do that now. But let us feel like or you think this is a non-issue? Really?
This is a position that has to be voted on.
That is true.
All right?
That is true.
So he's only endorsing a candidate.
Yeah, so he doesn't have a problem with endorsing. Mandate. It's like, if you don't do it, we can't have a speaker.
So the wedding.
So the mandate is where he has a problem with.
Well,
he can endorse it, that's a problem.
Where I have a problem is the letter should probably have been written by
the caucus, the party.
Not the caucus.
No, he said it should be by the caucus.
Not the caucus. It shouldn't be the caucus, because the party that is sending the speaker.
Okay.
All right? And not the caucus. The caucus they are supposed to vote.
Yes.
So they are not rubber stamp per se. You'll be surprised by the time they are done. The numbers may speak a different language to all of us.
I mean, after the voting?
Yes, very likely. You understand? Because you may not be able to tell if all 183 MPs are going to vote
for Alwangbawi.
Sorry?
We'll all vote for Alwangbawi.
Yes. So the real case is where you are voted on and not who it's. Because you see, the last election, 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, 2020.
The same thing happened. He was openly endorsed. Honorable Bagbin was openly endorsed by
by John.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. What's the difference today? Is it because today he's a president?
Yes, today he's president-elect.
Oh.
Levels don't change.
we are just...
Which one was it?
Sorry?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well.
Yes.
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 Yeah, so, good. So it's an interesting question.
Yes.
Can Parliament say that, well, by unanimous decision, we all want this person to be our next Speaker of Parliament, so there's no point voting? Can that happen?
Well, there can be acclamation.
Acclamation. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The votes can tell a different story.
Okay.
And it's not a foregone conclusion, because then why would they have brought in Sechi Hughes when Alajete was already there?
The clerk is going to ask for nominations. So someone is going to nominate Honorable Bagby. Someone will have to second. And they will ask if any other person is interested in it. What if another person comes up with a different name? They will commit the whole thing to a vote.
That won't come from the NDC caucus.
It is possible.
Oh, but that's not what has been agreed.
No, please. Over there, people are on their own.
Or the party will deal with it.
Definitely. But please, people can still do that.
See.
They are just being whipped at this point.
Yes.
But
when they get there, they can decide to do their own thing.
Yes.
Interesting.
There were names flying about.
I'm sure you
Because Honorable Afenyomakin in his closing statement he said something that we will be surprised that some of the NDC MPs didn't want Honorable Babin to come in. And then if they did, he was going to mention names.
That's true.
So I tend to support what he's saying. Right. The voting could have told a different story.
Yeah. Right. So from what you're saying, it would be in their interest to go with the popular acclamation.
Yes,
because if you do voting,
all alone.
If
he's the only one
if nobody else is nominated to contest it,
then that is what.
Then it will make sense to just do the popular acclamation.
Because there's no need to vote.
But I foresee a situation where if any MP decides to nominate somebody else to contest Advansuma Babin, I think that would be signing the person's own political death warrant. Because the party will deal with it. But anyway, that's after the fact. That's after the fact. Yeah. But I think from the look of things, you are saying that, look, whether the president is mandating, endorsing for you is neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that what happens is the president who is whipping
the 183
in line.
So
no, Kwesi Prempeh says do the whipping privately. Can't fail it publicly.
I mean, some have also argued that
right. So whether privately or it will come out.
Maybe this I want to be transparent.
Yes, we know. It's Mohammed's choice.
Transparency on the
They may decide to bring another person, and then he's running against time, and it could cause,
No, I agree. But I think Kwesi Prempeh is coming more from the public relations point of view. Which is we all know what happens, but don't make it so obvious.
Yeah.
You see, I think that's where it's coming from.
I prefer to hear some of these things prior to when the thing happened. You understand? If create some parameters that you assume things should happen.
Yeah, it's a work with it.
When the horses have voted, it sounds like you.
It's more of correction of English than.
I get that.
Some of them want to always have opinions
on everything.
Yes,
on everything.
Be so
interesting.
Anyway, so let me go to. Sorry, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. So sorry. Let me go to Jeff Mautor, who is a man on the beat. Is in Parliament, and just to get us the latest update on what's happening there. Jeff, I can see. Okay, so we'll get a connection to Jeff shortly. But clearly, I can see that the seats are almost full. Both the majority and the minority side. In fact, we've seen some of the new MPs who have been elected. For instance, we saw Felix Ofosu-Kwakye and a few others who have also joined. I'm just wondering whether there'll be enough. I mean, I don't know how they're going to cram all of them in there because, it's still 276.
Yes,
anyway, it doesn't matter.
Just
okay. Right.
Leave an aisle.
Okay.
The others.
Okay, just to accommodate the others. Okay, so the speaker is here to come in, and is that the former MC for what's the name? Is it Shama? Oh, what's the name?
Shama is a woman.
The MP for Shama. What's the name of?
Shama is a woman. No?
Emiliata.
Emiliata, yes.
Yeah, Emiliata. I thought I saw a lady like her, Emiliata. Yeah, I've seen Okuja towards in your shots. The member of Parliament for the North Tonko State West, he was looking at some allergy.
I was
anti-corruption crusader.
I was in the 8th Parliament when they were swearing in, and I think that it looks more glamorous than this.
Oh, you mean the 8th Parliament?
Yeah. I mean, their appearance and the setting.
Oh, really?
I mean, everybody was in white. I mean, you could see, but I mean,
in the midst of the fight.
Maybe due to fatigue or something.
You know, 8th was very competitive because it was hung.
Okay.
It looks like Charlie a derby.
You mean they even wanted to outcompete themselves when it comes to how they dress?
So,
because of how hung the parliament was.
Yes, and I mean, because it was hung, there was so much tension where the election was going to go. I mean, Bagbin won with only 2 votes difference. You know? So the tension was high.
But so now, the
MPP
is looking for the person who betrayed. All kinds of names have come up. But
when we get to evidence,
no evidence. No evidence. No evidence. No evidence.
So, I mean, watching the Saints, I don't get the feeling as it was in the 8th.
What could possibly explain it?
The whole session
hasn't started yet.
So they're only probably exchanging.
Because you know the 8th, they all came in at the same time. I mean, they came in the bus.
There was drama before they came in.
Yeah, that's
that Chikwueze issue. Remember when they had to serve plaque with an injunction?
On
they had to smuggle him into the jail. So there was some level of tension at the time before the whole thing started.
Okay.
You know.
So the antecedents of the 8th Parliament relative to the Chikwueze matter brought in its wake the kind of drama that we saw.
Yes.
Whereas in this case, it's big man, small one. So really, there's no competition.
Mini.
And you know, in the 8th to NDC had lost the parliamentary, but you realize that all the MPs came in white. I mean, they were all in white.
But it wasn't. I mean, they were not a mini or a micro.
Talking about the drama, you know, all these things has some dramatic effects. And the distance that it brings.
Yeah, that's the guy in the shot. That's Patrick Boama.
Yeah, Jerry Ahmed.
Central. But interestingly,
Jerry Ahmed in the black suit.
The man is in Parliament. That's Patrick Boama.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Afenyo Makin there.
Afenyo Makin is also
Jerry
there.
Shaibu there.
That's Jerry Shaibu, yes. I'm told he's now the, I think, deputy chief whip.
Is he one of the 3 that has been injuncted?
No.
They got that.
But this guy, Patrick Boama, is there. He's one of those who have been injuncted. Okakwe Central.
Oh.
Yes. Well, it means he's there, but he may not be sworn in. The speaker will say, well, I'm sorry, Patrick.
There's going to be a bit of drama.
There's going to be a bit of drama on that.
That's what I'm looking for.
He's there for the dissolution. I'm sure for the dissolution.
Okay, so he's there for, yes, you're right. So he's there for the dissolution.
Yeah. Exactly.
But whether he'll be coming back for the swearing is another matter.
Dissolution.
I thought it was done this afternoon.
He will stay.
What about those who are not returning? Does it mean
they'll
most of them will not even come.
They won't come.
Oh, those who
most of them won't come.
Oh, I get it.
Most of them.
So those who are not going to retain
most of
won't
them
find it even.
Yeah.
They don't have any motivation for going to Parliament.
And those who, not those who lost, but those who just want to be there to end the day.
Okay.
You know, if in case.
But a lot of those who lost primaries and lost elections.
They have no business being there.
So in case someone enters there, you're sure that the speaker, if only he remembers, will have the list because he has been served and all of that. We'll just ask the clerk, the marshal, to just escort the person.
Okay.
You see,
after
right
the dissolution
now,
of the parliament,
we don't have a speaker.
Yes.
We are after the dissolution of the.
But the dissolutions will happen at 12 midnight.
Yes.
So there's still
and
a
then
speaker.
right after that, no speaker.
Until a new one is.
So clerk takes over.
Yes.
So it's the clerk who will commandeer whatever happens until a speaker is sworn in.
Is sworn in
Then
by the Chief Justice.
Takes over and then can swear in the MPs.
Yes, and that's where.
How quickly should that happen?
Sorry?
How quickly should that happen? The solution, clerk taking over, and then swearing in of
Oh, it's just
in quick succession.
Just a process.
Quick succession.
Really, whatever.
Yeah, quick succession. Because everything would have been arranged. So it's, back to back. It happens like that. So I think the point you're making, so Honorable, the point you're making is that 12 midnight today, Parliament ceases, 8th Parliament ceases to exist.
Right.
On the dot, ceases to exist.
Yeah.
Clerk takes over. And when he takes over, he's now more like the acting speaker of Parliament.
What I suspect is that the afternoon program, the afternoon session,
yes.
If you realize earlier, the speaker wanted to, dissolve Parliament
at the time, yes.
And then I think Afenyo Markins raised an objection or so.
Okay.
And reminded him of the
standing,
process,
yes,
the standing
orders of the
and
House.
So on. So he then suspended the House, pending them. So it's just a matter of time. As of now, that is what I suspect. That they are just waiting to run the time. Once it's 12 midnight, Japan. So there may not even be a ceremony to end it.
Okay.
That is what I suspect will happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, because all the business for today has been done. Remarks have been given.
Yeah.
Everything has been done.
Yeah.
Except the fact that their tenure ends at 12 midnight.
Okay.
So they have to wait for 12 midnight, and then their tenure ends.
Okay.
So it's only after 12 that any new Parliament can be sworn in.
Okay.
So they are just waiting to run the time, and then the new guys will take over. Because otherwise, Agbana and Co. do not even have to be here at this point. You understand? So once you start seeing the new faces, then it means they are just running the time, and then go ahead to.
I see. So just in case you just joined us, this is Metro TV's coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament to usher in the 9th Parliament and of the 4th Republic. And as you can see, we're waiting. And in fact, in the next 45 minutes or so, the 8th Parliament would have been over. What it means is that it's done and dusted. We don't have 8th Parliament anymore. And as Honorable Edu Asare, who's been there before, was just educating all of us that the Clerk of Parliament will take over for the swearing in of the Speaker of Parliament. Now, the Speaker of Parliament, as we all do, I think that's Asidu Nketi. I was the National Chairman of the NDC. He's there. Well, he's a member of the Parliamentary Board Service. So,
board, yeah.
Yes, so it's understandable why he's, of course, he's there in two capacities as well, the Chairman of the party, to make sure that everybody is swept into line. Nobody should act funny, And also, of course, he's also a member of the House by virtue of the fact that he's a member of the board. That's the member of MP for the Afram Plains constituency. She's Hajia. The name has just escaped me. Yeah, she's actually the first female MP for the Afram Plains. No, it's not Afram Plains. It's the one at Setre Afram Plains. Yes, in the Ashanti region. Yeah, that's her. Now, so then the Speaker of Parliament a new Speaker of Parliament would be nominated by someone, and then the Clerk of Parliament will ask, does anybody second? There's a second and third, endorsement, right, of the Speaker?
The second, there will be someone who will have to
second it.
And then they stand nominated.
They stand nominated. Okay.
Voted on.
All right, and that is what will happen. So yes, they just want to round the time. For the next 40 minutes, everything you're seeing will be over, and then the new Speaker of Parliament will be sworn in, and then it goes on and on and on and on. I'm sure by 1 a.m. everything will be done, and then we can call it a day and come back tomorrow at 11. I see the Tamale Central MP. That's Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and I also see the Ablekuma. Ayawaso West Wargon constituency MP elect. That's John Domelo. Yes, and I also see a lot of them new faces. So we don't even know them. A lot of them new faces. That's why Kando, we all know him.
Another 20 new faces.
The Joaboso MP. That's 100 and so one of the things that we're going to do shortly is that my colleague here, Desmond, has the facts and figures when it comes to how many MPs the NDC has and how many MPs the NPP have. In fact, expected in Parliament today. So Desmond, are you ready with the? Okay, not yet. Okay, so when Desmond is ready, he'll be running us through the numbers shortly, so that those of you who are still not clear in your mind how many MPs are coming on the side of the NDC and how many MPs are coming on the side of the MPP, Desmond will be setting the record straight on that as well. So we're back to the issue about the 8th Parliament. We're all trying to take stock of how the 8th Parliament has worked. Now, my guest here generally think that the 8th Parliament has not served its purpose. I'm going to come back to Honorable Edwasari on this. Edwasari, you haven't had time to talk about it. I mean, do you think that the 8th Parliament has served as well? Because there were some people who felt that Ghanaians wanted a hung parliament for a reason, so that the parliament cannot, so that you don't have a situation where the majority will have their way all the time and the minority will just have their say, So the minority is constantly being run roughshod over. But this time round, they want it tight so that you just can't run away with just anything just because you feel you're the majority. But then the same Ghanaians are complaining that it sort of has slowed the pace of the pace of development, because the bill will come and then you will be and the MPP would have to struggle to get the numbers, in Parliament to be able to pass those bills and so on and so forth. I don't know where you stand on this. Whether you think that the 8th Parliament has served as well, or you think that we should never have this hung parliament thing again.
We want to find out if the MPP guys themselves, the MPs, the MPs were present in Parliament most of the time.
Right.
That is
they had their official duties.
So who will do their work for them? You understand? If you have government business and you don't push, and they don't see the seriousness in your people attending Parliament to push it, you won't encourage those who position to do your work on your behalf. You understand? Many a time you check their back and there's no one.
Yeah, but
you hear the speaker complaining.
That is true, but it's constantly bringing a lot of undue pressure on them. It's like they don't have the right to lose just one person in Parliament, otherwise trouble.
That is what Ghanaians wanted.
Yeah, but the same Ghanaians want these MPs to be made ministers per article. What?
Yeah,
so the name of the
60% from Parliament.
No,
right?
50 actually. 50% must come from Parliament.
Yeah,
the same Ghanaians voted for that.
Yeah, so
when you are serving as a minister, and now you have to stop your work as a minister and come back to Parliament because the bill has to be passed.
Talking about
and something else suffers.
Suffrage.
Yes.
You need your numbers to win a debate.
I agree.
To get your bills passed.
That is true.
All right. Once your numbers are not there, you are not getting your things done.
Okay.
You understand? You need to lobby your opponents to even help you pass your bill. But when you are not there to lobby your opponent, they don't have any obligation to pass your bills for you.
Well, that is true. But I'm saying that, I mean, no incumbent party, no party in government should ever hope for this kind of hung parliament. It's too tight.
That's good.
That's the point I'm making. It's too tight.
I think it served its purpose.
It's good.
Really? You understand? Because compare that the 169 previously.
Because there were a lot of bills that MPP wanted to pass that they couldn't because of how tight it was. And sometimes they were forced to reach consensus.
Exactly.
Because either somebody's not well, really, or somebody's out of town.
I am worried with this 183.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I would ask you why you think you're worried, because a lot of the NDC.
It's not as if I'm not happy about it.
Okay, so you're happy or worried?
Extremely.
So it's a mixed feeling.
Time,
I'm skeptical about it.
I've seen this Japa or Japad, whichever.
Japadian document?
No, that
Japa.
Jesse.
You mean the Japan?
What happened? You had the number, and it got to a point where
you can easily bulldoze your way because you have the numbers.
With this number, 2/3 majority, a thing like this can
so you have to hope and pray that your party will behave.
The president has assured all of us that it will be responsibly used and all right. So
Desmond Kreku,
I believe in it.
My colleague Desmond Kreku has got some news for us. Now, we were just talking about the number of people who are expected in Parliament today. So Desmond has the numbers. He has very interesting data to share with us. Desmond, what do you have?
Well, Moro, this evening, as we have just a few minutes to go, I'll be sharing with you some of the debutants who are getting into the 9th Parliament. We're going to have some very interesting stuff going on because in the 8th Parliament, it was a very tight one. It was a hang Parliament. But for this 9th Parliament, we are looking at something as a supermajority for the NDC. As who are the new faces that we will be seeing in Parliament? There are about 120 of them, 120 new faces we'll be seeing in this 9th Parliament. But I've just put together just a few of them and tell you the constituencies that they are actually representing in Parliament. So John Darko is representing Swami, and that was where Honorable State Chairman Bonsu was. Nana J. Balfour for Menchia constituency. That was Napos constituency, as you know. Also, Damata Apienima Salam will be representing the people of Efija Kwabre South. That's a name that we heard, and I'm sure most people do not know that. Dr. Kingsley Ajman also representing the Ebuakwa South. In there, you have Lorette Koko Asante for 8th West in the Eastern region. Now to the Volta region, Richard Otosu will be representing Ho Central. And of course, we saw in there in the short, Adam Agbana, the young man who will be in Parliament for the very first time for representing the people of Ketu North. Also, Maxwell Lukuto for South Ton. He'll be representing them, also being a fresh face in Parliament. Frank Efrie Afajato South. And also, Fred Agbenyo winning the Guan constituency. And this man here, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, he's an independent candidate representing the people of Asante Atim North. He beat Andy Apiakubi in that particular one. He's a businessman. He's very known in the area, and he was voted massively for, in the just ended election. And of course, we saw also in the show John Dumelo representing Ayawaso West will go on. I saw him in this green political shirt, looking quiet. I'm sure he's observing a few things. And also, Kwame Asariobing, we know him to be A+. He'll be representing Goma Central as an independent candidate. And this man, his name came up because he was able to, let me choose my words, slay the very giant Henry Korte at Ayawaso Central. And that is Abdul Rauf Tonjim Tubazu. So these are some of the new faces out of the 120 that you'll be seeing in Parliament. And Moro, let me ask you, who are you looking at, to excite you in Parliament amongst these new faces I've mentioned?
Well, I think that Edem Agbana is one of the guys I'll be looking forward to seeing how he fares in Parliament. I'll also be expecting to see, what's the name, John Dumelo. He's also a first-timer. John Dumelo is one of them. And then I talked about this lady there, such a Farm Plains lady. What's the name? Rafiatu, something like that. Yeah, she's also one of the chaps that I like to see in Parliament to see how she fares. So those for me are my three picks.
Okay, great. All right, we'll be seeing what they'll be doing in Parliament. But I guess I just had to bring this back. First, some of the NPP MPs who are huge, figures in Parliament. And in the 8th Parliament, we saw them in there. But unfortunately, they will not be getting into the 9th Parliament. And of course, the one and only Katie Hammond, Adanse Asokwa, he will be getting into the 9th Parliament. Also for Okaikwe South, Dakwa Newman won't be getting in there. Also the that is the Asla Usokufu for Ablekuma West. She lost her seat there. And of course, I mentioned Henry Korte losing his seat there for Ayawaso Central. Sylvester Tete Botiano English Manfro, he also was defeated in the election. And in second, Andrew Kofi Ejapa Mesa, the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, lost his seat there, so we won't be seeing him in the 9th Parliament. Ophelia Mensahe for Infantiman, she wasn't retained. Lydia Seriam Alasan lost her seat at Ayawaso West. We'll go on to John Dumelo, also Tumberima for Doma East, and John Peter who lost his seat at that is Howard. And how come seen to Senya East? You'll be seeing her in Parliament. Farouk Mahama of Yendi constituency also lost his seat. And I talked about Andy Apiakubi for the Asante Akim North or Akim North constituency. He lost out to Ohene Kwame Frimpong, the businessman in there. George Mreku Duka Takwa Insuayem also lost his seat there. And Dr. Prince Hamid Ama for the Kwesimintim constituency also lost his seat. So these persons won't be in the 9th Parliament. And so some fresh faces will be seen in there. But I want to quickly get into Parliament and share with you some of the numbers from the regions, right? So you look at this from the Ashanti region, you see that the NPP has 39 seats in there, with the NDC having 7. Now, the NDC gained 3 seats there, and the NPP lost 3 seats also in the Ashanti region. Let's go through some of the constituencies real quick. And for Adanse Asokwa constituency, talked about the fact that Katie Hammond lost to Godwin Dogba G. Dorani of the NDC polled 14,229 votes there. Also, if you jump Kwabre North constituency, you have, that is the NPP's candidate, Collins Adomako Mensah, winning with 16,689 votes, beating the NDC's Emmanuel Jackson Aguma, who polled 13,383. Moving on to Ifija Kwabre South constituency, I talked about Damata Apiendema Salam earlier. She polled 50,981 votes there, beating the NDC's Nuzag Vivian Nuzagla, who polled 16,051. The Fija Setra East constituency, Mavis and Kansa Bwedu of the NPP also won 33,319. That was the number of votes, beating Chumesi Evans, some of the NDC, who polled 14,782. Moving on, Ahafua North constituency, Ari Kinanajama Prempe of the NPP beat Kwesi Edusa of the NDC. That was quite a close one, 20,353. And the NDC gentleman polled 20,232 votes there. Afano South East, Frederick Echamp of the NPP lost to Yakubu Mohammed of the NDC, 14,152. He polled there against Yakubu Mohammed, who polled 15,609 there. Afano South also, you have the same Mensa the Elvis of the NPP, polling 16,058 votes, beating Sadiq Abubakar of the NDC, 15,372. Akrofom Alex Blankson also lost to the NDC's Joseph Azuma, who put 10,103 votes there. Still in the Ashanti region, Asante Achunu South constituency, the NPP's Kweku Asante Boatin put 27,396, beating Mame Safwa Apia of the NDC, and Asawase. Of course, you know that Manaf Ibrahim lost to Muntaka. It was expected. Anyway, Asokwa constituency, Patricia Page of the NPP polled 41,619 votes, were beating Amokame of the NDC. Chimakwama constituency, where Kofi Amankwame of the NPP won massively, 57,338 votes, beating the NDC's Grace Ajman Asamoah. And so that's another region that I want to focus on is the central region, where you have the NPP losing 6 seats in there. Now they have 4 seats, and the NDC gained 5 seats. They have 18 seats now in there. Of course, Goma Central, where Kwame Plus is. Let's look at Abra Asebu Kwamankese constituency, where Felix Kwachiof is doing a lot of work already. Polled 30,607 for the NDC. Bitare Komna Nyante, who polled 19,598 of the NPP. Aguna is Samoahana lost to Sawyer Queenstar Poker of the NDC. Aguna West, you have Arthur Christopher also losing to Ernestino Fori. Ejuma Quinyan, the Siam constituency, you have the NDC's Casey Atuforsen definitely beating Echafo Rashid of the NPP. He polled 40,478, and it goes on and on. This Asin Central, Godfred Anewu beating or losing actually to Shaibu Nurain of the NDC. The Asin North, you have Opoku Charles of the NPP losing to James Jachi Quason of the NDC, and that's Asin North actually. And you have, this was quite an interesting one. Phyllis Nakoyo Kuno of the NDC beat Mavis Halakumsin of the NPP, 50,886 votes as against 45,630. So we're seeing Phyllis in Parliament. And Ewutu Senya West, Eugene Ahin of the NPP lost to Tete Agbotui Gizela, who put 33,000. So we see Gizela again in Parliament. Now to Cape Coast North and Cape Coast South. Interesting one there. Kwabena Mintanyako beat, that is his opponent. We'll see Kohores, Kwabena Mintanyako of the NDC polled 23,521. And Cape Coast South, you have Arthur Ennis losing to Kweku Riketagan, who retains his seat in Parliament. So you see him also there. So For now, we know 88 seats for the NPP, 183 seats for the NDC, and we know 4 independents. That includes the MP-elect for Woolensee, that is Stanley Nabanya, who will be seen in the Kwame Plaza spot, or any Kwame Frimpong of the, that is Asante Atim North, will be seeing him in Parliament, and also from Plains North, a member of Parliament. So we'll see 4 independent candidates in Parliament in this particular 9th, that is a Parliament that we will be seeing very soon on your screens with the inauguration. So, Moro, these are some of the figures, as we know, with the 9th Parliament we'll be seeing very soon in the House. Gentleman there, Jeffrey Mauto, will be bringing us the details of that. Tomorrow, let me come back to you. Moro, let me just, as I'm just wrapping up with this, this supermajority side of the NDC, and the NPPs, and now we know that 3 of the constituencies, we've been told that nothing can happen tonight.
Because it's actually an injunction which has been sought, which is, a stay of execution was filed by the NDC in order to tie the hands of the Speaker of Parliament from swearing them in. And we've seen one of them, and that's Patrick Buama, who is the MP for Kakwe Central, whose seat is also under dispute. Remember that he lost it to Baba Sadiq. And after the collation, he won it back. And now that a stay of execution has been filed, some lawyers are telling us that now that a stay of execution has been filed, it means that the Speaker cannot swear him in.
He cannot be sworn in tonight.
If the Speaker swears him in tonight, what it means is that he would be in contempt of court. That's what some lawyers are saying. So it depends on where you stand. I mean, there are legal opinions that have been expressed depending on where you stand on this matter. But we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes.
We have the next, we have 25 minutes to be able to tell, first of all, when the Speaker of Parliament will be sworn in, who is going to be the first Deputy Speaker, second Deputy Speaker. And then when he takes charge, we'll get to know who and who he's going to swear in. So he'll be here with you.
We're here for our viewers. Definitely make sure that you do want to follow us on our social media handles. Metro TV Ghana. The hashtag is Election Central. Do all to send us your thoughts on there, and we'll definitely acknowledge that. So yeah, we're here for you, back in here, and also for tomorrow's inauguration of President-elect. That is John Dramani Mahama. Bring you all the details from the Independence Square. Dominic Ansapra tonight is there, bringing us all the scenes, all the happenings tonight from the Independence Square as to what we are to expect tomorrow. So trust us to bring you nothing but the best right here on your election central. Tomorrow, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Desmond, for that update. It's important. It's important because even as sitting here, I'm getting calls from people who say, so how many, how many seats that the NPP have, how many seats that the NDC have, and so on and so forth. So this update is important. 183 for the NDC, right? And 88 for the NPP. Now, if the independents, 4 of them, if they confirm, because some of them have said all kinds of things in the media, but if they confirm they're going to do business with the NDC, that gives the NDC what? 187. That's crazy. That's crazy. But there's some issues with A+, but that's another conversation for another day. So, what's the name? Bright, should we take a break, play the documentary, and come back? Okay, so let's play the documentary. I love that documentary. Let's play that documentary, come back in the next few minutes, and continue with our conversation. Because Honorable Idwasari says the overwhelming majority that the NDC has, here's a bit of some concerns. Want to hear what his concerns are.
The Speaker-elect to be conducted into the chamber. I now respectfully invite His Lordship, Justice Enin Yeboah, the Chief Justice of the Republic, to proceed to the dais and to assist to...
I was
so
here
why did you say
when
no?
The prayers were being
if you were
said.
here, why did you say no?
I have been here all morning.
The Speaker-elect to be conducted into the chamber. I now respectfully invite His Lordship, Justice Enin Yeboah, the Chief Justice of the Republic, to proceed to the dais and to assist to administer the oath of allegiance and the Speaker's oath.
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
Read, and at least I think I know a lot that you may not have gone through. What is happening in this parliament is completely unacceptable. And I'm not sure you have appreciation of the temperature of the country.
Mr. Speaker, the Bible is so telling. The Bible knew Ghana will have a president called Akufo-Addo. This is what it says. If you only get the foundation laid and then run out of money, you are going to look pretty foolish.
Speaker, with all due respect to your chair, these preliminary remarks you are making are prejudicial, and I believe that as representing the good people of Sevi also, it doesn't lie in your mouth to remind us of the things that you said.
You represent the good people of Sevi also. I represent the whole country. Please, Marshal, take him out of the house. Marshal, take him out of the house. I will not entertain such disrespect. Lies in my mouth.
Minister, were you here from the very beginning? My understanding is that... Were you here from the very beginning? No, I've been here since morning. Please, can you... You've been here since morning? I've been here since morning. I've been here from the very beginning, today. I was here. So why did you say no? When the prayers were being If you were here, why did you say no? I have been here all morning. I had no idea what you meant by the very beginning. Minister, do you really listen to yourself when you are talking?
This is the same Atu Forcing. Atu, is it the same you? Is it Atu Forcing? Hey, Atu! Hey, Atu! Hey, Atu Forcing! Were you not the person who could not draw down on the CDB loan? Were you not the one who could not implement successfully the IMF facility that disbursement ceased? Are you not the same person? Yes, I tell you on authority that during your time, you could not successfully implement the IMF deal. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, he has been here before. Someday he may be here again.
That superintended and supervise this economic crime are number one, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, aka Mr. Strategist. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, number two, we have the almighty Ken Oforiatta. I call him aka One Program, One Bond. Mr. Speaker, we also have Governor Ernest Addison, aka the printer, who prints money for the government. Mr. Speaker, what a solid economic mismanagement.
Thank you very much. But this is by way of an old haunt of yours, so you're familiar with it. And as you know, the statute provides that the incumbent has to vacate these premises the day before, so the whole place is ready for your occupation, both here and the office. But I thought that it was important that we should do this formality for the country to see that the whole process of the transition is working according to the letter and spirit of the law, and that we're now ready for your administration to take over the affairs of the country. So I'm very happy to see you, and that I think the work of the transition has now virtually been completed. They've had their final meeting. That's the information that I've had. I believe I'm right in saying that. Yeah. And then all the other outstanding matters of the transition, Article 71, office holders, all these are now going to be dealt with by the Parliament. I've written to them my comments on the proposals that the Emoluments Committee sent to me. So we're in shape. Yeah. The country is waiting for you as from tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah? So you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President-elect, you're welcome, and the rest of it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a privilege to be here with you on the day before we have the inauguration. I want to thank you and your side of the transition team, Chief of Staff, for what has been a cordial and smooth transition. And we do think that we are quite ready, you know, with the information we have to start to work immediately after we finish the inauguration tomorrow. It is conventional to meet on the last day and, as it were, take over, you know, the premises. The last time I was president, I didn't live here, and so you are the first occupant of this premises, even though I'm familiar with the geography of it. Yeah, but I want to thank you for what has been a smooth transition, and you can count on us, you know, even in government, that will continue the spirit of cooperation. And so thank you again very much, Nana, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President, I'll begin first. I want to congratulate you on behalf of the Military High Command for leading our country for 8 years in an exceptional way, and especially when it comes to those of us in the security services. We've never witnessed this before. It's unprecedented in the annals of the Ghana Armed Forces, the level of development, the level of equipment with resources, which enabled us, the commanders, to be able to work effectively to conduct expansion of the Ghana Armed Forces and be able to resource ourselves to fulfill the mandate and to keep this country stable. And we learned a lot of lessons out of your leadership, and it's something that we cherish so much. We thank you very much for your leadership. Mr. President, last but not the least, was the announcement at Parliament House about our elevation to our various ranks. Mine to the General, the 7th Chiefs to Lieutenant General, and the Chief of Staff also. Mr. President, on behalf of all of them, once again I express our gratitude, our appreciation for elevating us. I know that this brings about a lot of responsibility. We thank you so much, and God bless you. Mr. President, well done.
All right, we're back. We're on air. Sorry, we're back. This is our coverage of the dissolution of Parliament, 8th Parliament, to usher in the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. And this is Metro TV's live coverage. I have here with me, the Honorable former Member of Parliament for the Denton constituency, Honorable Kojo Iduasari is here with us. I also have Dr. Victor Doc, who is Electoral Kofi International Peacekeeping Technical Training Center, and then also Niamadi is also here, who's a fellow of the Center for Social Justice. And a very good friend is also here. Boss, you're the only one who I'm going to allow to just introduce yourself. I won't do that. For the first time today, I won't do it. Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you. So he's done it. Yeah, he's a big man, so I'm not in a position to. It's about my pay grade to introduce him. Nyama, it's always good to have you, sir. Thank you so very much. But there's some news that's just come in. It's now call it breaking news because I'm really very careful with breaking news. Because breaking news says somebody read it 2-3 hours ago. It's nothing breaking, but news just end. Let me just do this quickly. It's not totally related to what we're saying, but yeah, it's an information which has just trickled in. So let me just read it to you. So, Communications Directorate Jubilee House, Accra, for immediate release, 6th January 2025. President Akufo-Addo dismisses petition against Chief Justice. Now, the Office of the President wishes to inform the general public that after a thorough and careful review of the petition for the removal of the Chief Justice, Justice Saki Tokono, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in consultation with the Council of State, has concluded that the petition does not disclose a prima facie case warranting further action. The petition was submitted by Professor Stephen Kweku Asare, citing allegations of misbehavior and incompetence against the Chief Justice. Upon review, the President observed several deficiencies in the petition. The principal ones were: 1. First, the petition was submitted without supporting evidence or documentation to substantiate claims. The allegations, including claims of panel reconstitution, issuance of practice directions, and purported constitutional breaches by the Chief Justice, were found to be unsupported by evidence. The petitioner failed to demonstrate any factual basis or provide credible documentation to substantiate these claims. Second, the processes and practices cited by the petitioner, such as the Chief Justice's administrative responsibilities under the Courts Act, were found to be consistent with the law and established practice. The President feels constrained to observe that, contrary to constitutional provisions, the petition was prematurely circulated in the public domain in breach of Article 1468 of the Constitution, which mandates the proceedings of this nature to be held in camera to protect the integrity of the judiciary. Such a violation undermines the solemnity of the process, and the principles enshrined in the Constitution to safeguard judicial integrity. Yes, we'll be going to Jeff shortly, but this is what Kweku Asare himself has said. He's just issued a statement. Not a statement, but he's put something up. He says, whatever is dismissed today will resonate tomorrow, standing as a testament to the enduring pursuit of justice. That's Kweku Asare.
You see,
yes.
Did you ever hear this phrase, conveyor belt? Okay. Did you ever hear?
Yes, I've heard that before.
That the president's office is just a conveyor belt?
Yes, a conveyor belt, yes. So you mean what has changed?
So what has changed? Okay. Why is he responding to this particular one?
He said this one is not worth conveying. He said nothing. He said it cannot go back. It's empty. Brutum phobia.
Is it the one to determine that?
Well, that's a valid question. A committee should be determining that. Let's go to Parliament. Jeff is ready. Jeff Malto has the latest update for us. It's 11:56. The clock has been ticking. So in the next few minutes, Parliament is dissolved. So Jeff, it's just a few minutes to the dissolution of Parliament. What's happening? What's the latest?
All right, so thank you very much, Moro. It's very interesting right now as I speak with you because positions have just changed. Now, the NDC caucus, who used to sit on the left side of the speaker, have now moved to the right side, occupying the seats on the right side as I speak with you now. That is the current sitting position by both sides of the party. So the NPP is now on the left, whilst the NDC caucus have now taken the right side of the speaker, which means that they are now becoming the majority here in Parliament. If my camera could pan to them, you see that, majority of them are in white attire. They are wearing all white, signifying victory for them. So currently that's the situation. I must also say that, for now, I can say that about 95% of the members of Parliament who are going to be sworn into office are seated as I speak with you. I can say to you on authority that about 95 of them are in the chamber. The leadership of the minority, the now minority caucus, are all in the chamber. I can see Honorable Frank Anodompre. Early on, I've seen the now minority leader Alexander Afenyo-Markin a while ago, who was also here. The only person I'm here to see at the now majority side has to do with Dr. Kesiel Atuforsen and his deputy Ama Kufibwa. They are currently not in the chamber as I speak with you now, but I can tell you that apart from them, like I said, about 95%, 95-97% of the members of Parliament, including the new faces who are going to be representing their various constituencies are seated. I can also see from where I'm standing at the top of where the speaker speaks at the public gallery. I can see Fred Agbenyo, who has also taken a seat. At the far end, I can see John Dumelo, who has also taken his seat. A number of them, I can see the now member of parliament, or the member of parliament for the Tema West constituency, a lawyer, Enu, who is also seated there. When you come to the now minority side, Honorable Patrick Boama is seated in his seat, and I've also seen a number of the minority members over here in Parliament. So that is the current situation. Now, what that is being waited for now, or all we are waiting for, is the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament to take his seat and get the ball rolling. So that is what it's exactly we are expecting right now. Earlier on, I've spotted the national chairman of the NDC, Johnson Esiedum Ketia, who is having some pockets of meetings with some of the members of Parliament, not only those from his side, but also those on the minority side. So this is the situation currently. When you look at the public gallery for now, the place is filled. All the seats at the public gallery, I can tell you right now, is filled with individual supporters and from the various constituencies who are here to support their members of Parliament. So that is the one other situation I can tell you right now. So it's all about to go down. Just the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament is what is expected now for the event to begin. We are expecting that when the Speaker comes, there's going to be an official dissolution of the 8th Parliament, where the 9th Parliament will be inaugurated. So that is it as we speak. I'm being told that the Speaker is just about getting in a very short while. We're expecting the Speaker of Parliament to get in. I can see now the Dr. Kesel Atufo, the majority leader now, just about taking his seat. If my camera can show you, he is just taking his seat. His deputy, Honorable Ama Kofi-Boa, is also just stepped into the chamber. So that is the current situation over here. It's all getting set. The arrival of the Speaker, like I said earlier on, is what we are expecting for now, Moro.
Jeff, are you aware of the information we're just picking up, which is the stay of execution which has been filed and have been duly served on the Clerk of Parliament and 3 MPs whose declaration was officially done again by the Electoral Commission? Has this information, come to Parliament, and what has been the reaction, if indeed you've picked up the same information? And the persons we're talking about, which is Techima South, Martin Ejay Kosa. We're looking at Okaikwe Central, that's Patrick Boama, and then Tema Central, Ibi Bright. Has the stay of execution information got to Parliament?
Okay, Moro. So what I have gathered is that that information is currently before Parliament and also has been able to get to the Speaker of Parliament. But the interesting thing over here is that all these members of Parliament from these controversial, or who are involved in this controversial declaration, are all here in Parliament that I can speak with you, or I can tell you right now. I've seen that of the Okaikwe Central, Honorable Patrick Boama seated there. I've seen Martin Ejay Kosa also seated in the seat, and that of the Tema Central. They are all here in Parliament. Early on, too, we gathered that the candidates on the side of the NDC were also going to be storming Parliament. that is going to cause a lot of controversies over here. But as I speak with you now, I haven't seen any of them yet. I'm talking about Ebi Bright. I'm talking about Erabna Obin. All these people are not in the chamber as I speak with you. But earlier we gathered information that they will be coming here because they have the belief that they have been declared earlier by the same Electoral Commission. And so for that matter, the court or the EC could not go contrary to its own declaration. So like I said, we gathered that these individuals were also supposed to be here, but I cannot see them. I'm talking about those on the side of the candidates on the side of the NDC. But I can tell you on authority that 3 candidates on the side of the NPP are here and seated. The arrangements over here is in no order, but just that the minority, the majority is currently, the NDC caucus is currently sitting at the right side, who have taken about 3, in terms of the demarcation, they have occupied almost 3 of the distance out of the 4. So that is the situation currently right now, Moro, if I can tell you.
But what you don't know is whether the speaker will swear them in or not. In the next few minutes, 8th Parliament.
I have to end it here.
Right. In the next few minutes, the 8th Parliament would be done and dusted. The Speaker of Parliament is entering the chamber. And as we do know, once he enters, I don't know. So tell me. So when the Speaker enters, what is he going to do? Because he's nobody's Speaker. It's past 12. So he's just going to be an ordinary common floor member up until he's renominated, and that's seconded. And then if it's a popular acclamation, fine. If it's voting, he's voted for. That's, of course, if he's going to be voted for, then it means that somebody else has been nominated to contest him, isn't it?
And I think he should still officially dissolve.
Oh, dissolve Parliament.
Yeah. I think maybe they're running behind time.
Right, they're running behind time, you'll say. So he has to come and dissolve Parliament.
The time doesn't really
and after that, the clerk will take over, as you rightly said. But also in your short, we saw entertainer and comedian, that's A+. Kwame Asari-Obeng, aka A+. And he has expressed his willingness to do business with the majority. It's yet to officially confirm, but he said it in some other fora. And then also the other guy, the Afram Place guy, Belly, he's also said you do. I mean, he is a true and true MPP guy, NDC guy. Except the primaries disagreements, he decided to go independent. And then the Asantachim North guy, the guy who beat Adiapiaku. He's also said he's joining the NDC.
And the other guy,
and then the Willinsey guy.
Yeah, he's an NDC.
Willinsey guy is also
NDC.
He's also NDC.
Primary said.
Right. He's also working. He's also going to join the. So who's this? Is that a clerk of Parliament?
The clerk, yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's announcing that the speaker. Okay, so let's cross over and listen to what the clerk of Parliament is saying.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
And thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and a love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Summoning of Parliament for the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament. Know ye all men that in the exercise of the powers conferred on the clerk to Parliament, I, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament, appointed under Article 124 of the Constitution and pursuant to Order 82 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, do hereby appoint Parliament House, Accra, to be the place, and 12 midnight of Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, to be the time when Parliament shall sit to elect a Speaker and Deputy Speakers for the administration of oath to the Speaker and members of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Signed, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting to Parliament. Our members elect, it is my honor to inform you that I have received from the Electoral Commission the writ of election for the December 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, and I shall proceed to read the communication from the Electoral Commission. Let me indicate that the writs came in sequence. I have 3 writs of election. Some are supplementary writs of election. The first writ of election was issued dated 23rd December 2024, addressed to the clerk to Parliament. And it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of election for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 17 December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Please note that there are 2 constituencies which have issues with their coalition. The Commission will notify you when the issues regarding the 2 constituencies have been resolved. So that is the first one. The second writ of election was received on the 2nd of January 2025. It reads, the clerk to Parliament of Accra, yes sir, submission of writ of elections for the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for the Domi Kwabenya constituency, kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for the Domi Kwabenya constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2024 CI 127. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations. The third writ of election was received on the 5th of January. 5th January. Also addressed the clerk to Parliament, and it reads, Submission of writ of elections for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Tejiman South parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Tejiman South constituencies, kindly find attached writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024 for the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43 2B of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Again, signed by Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations for Chairperson. Honourable members, elect, by this communication, the writs are hereby tabled for the information of the entire House. Honourable members elect, Order A3 of our standing orders states that a clerk, as the presiding officer, shall conduct a roll call of the members of Parliament elect, and a member is expected to respond to the roll call. I now proceed to call out your names in alphabetical order. But before I do so, it is imperative to bring to the attention of honorable members a matter of concern. I say so because I know this is a matter which will come up on this floor. And so it is my noble duty, legally, constitutionally, and procedurally, to draw your attention. So I proceed, honorable members. I proceed. Two issues relating to two constituencies are outstanding. And the constituencies are Ablekuma North and Akwetia. Honorable members, would you kindly listen as we proceed? Ablekuma North and Akwetia. The case of Ablekuma North is known to all of us in this honorable House. We don't have writ of elections from the Electoral Commission in respect of Ablekuma North. And therefore, it is impossible to proceed with any matter relating to Ablekuma North in terms of roll call and in terms of the eligibility of a member for that constituency to participate in the election of the Speaker. In the case of Akwetia, the clerk to Parliament was served a process on the 3rd of January 2025 with an order of interim injunction from a High Court in Koforidua. This order was served through the legal office of the Parliamentary Service. The order directed the respondents, including the clerk to Parliament, indicating that they are restrained from proceeding to call, admit, register, swear in, recognize, gazette the said Ernest Yao Kumi as the elected member for the Akwetia constituency. At the time of the receipt of the order, the Parliamentary Service had already completed the process of registration of Ernest Yao Kumi as member-elect. This is precisely because the first writ of elections that we received Ernest Yao Kumi was part of that process to receive writ of election in respect of Ernest Yao Kumi. And without the pendency of any suit, any process, the Parliamentary Service, in compliance with due process, had to register the member. So we did so. Subsequently, it has come to our attention. There's a restraining order of the court, restraining not just the member, but the clerk to Parliament from proceeding with the registration of, from proceeding with the members' participation in the election of the Speaker. This is a matter that honorable members ought to know, since it is a court order, which order restrains the clerk to Parliament as well from proceeding or dealing with a member in this matter. I find myself constrained. A person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an enactment of Parliament. Having done this, I have discharged my noble duty. I will end there. At this time, all members are proceed.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, please, let's make a headway. Mr. Chairman, no. We have heard you. This is a house of rules and procedure that is not in doubt. This is a house that relies on precedent. I just have a simple answer to the point you made, and I have the instructions of my respected colleague-elect, Honorable Ernest Kumi.
It's not me, I'm not the one.
And fortified by the precedents of this house.
No.
Which precedent is dated
7th of January 2021. I simply, Mr. Chairman, the member so desires to proceed to be sworn in and to also participate in the election of the Speaker and bear the consequences himself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I need a roll call. Proceed with a roll call. And I will invite the head of table to proceed with the... Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. I am therefore, for the records, inviting you to respond to the position the honorable member concerned has taken, just for the records, because we don't want surprises as we proceed. So we want to know, so that we take. Honorable members elect, I have taken note of what the honorable minority leader has said. We will proceed appropriately. Yes. I have taken note of what the honorable minority leader has said. The honorable member heard what we said. He knows the consequences of his actions and inactions. So we leave it there. We will proceed. So, head of table.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Chairman, yes, the minority leader has spoken. He spoke for the member. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, since the member-elect is before this House, it will only be right for that member to speak for the record. Mr. Chairman, I say this because the court has issued an order. The third order has been served on the member and the clerk to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you read to us Article 105 of the Constitution. The honorable member, the minority leader, took responsibility and spoke on behalf of the member-elect. We want to... Yes, I listened to him, I heard him. If he's taking responsibility, let the records reflect. Let the records reflect that the member-elect for Akwetia constituency has disregarded the court order, and the repercussions of Article 105 of the Constitution apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vice-elect. Head of table, proceed with the roll call.
Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif. Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji George Kwame. Achampon Brian. Achampon Richard. Apa Alexander Kwesi. Adam Hamza. Adam Mohammed Amin. Adam Abdul Salam. Adam Kofi Idi. Adam Mishab Mahama. Ado Ebenezer Kweku. Ado Kweku. Ado Yao Frimpong. Ado Kenneth Daniel Nana. Adi Frederick. Ejay Felicia. Ado Mako Ernest. Adongo Isaac. Educhum Yao Osei. Afenyo Sedem Kweku. Afenyo Markin Alexander. Apple Eric. Apple Kofi Bente. Efriye Nanayu. Efriye Frank. Agauga James. Agwana Eric Edem. Agbanyo Fred Kwesi. Agbebe Charles Akwesi. Agbanyo Fred Kwesi. Agbebe Charles Akwesi. Agboja Kwame Govins. Ejari Alexander. Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo. Ajimai Prempe Eric Nana. Ajimai Kingsley. Ajimai Rollins Zaneto. Ajinsan Lawrence. Ahinkan Frederick Yao. Ahi Samson. Ahiafo Bernard. Ibrahim, Eju Michael Kwesi, Akando Kwabna Minta, Akugu Faustina Eliklim, Akwete Opi Felix, Alajos Seidu Al-Hassan, Al-Hassan Abdul Fatawu, Al-Hassan Sui Sayibu, Al-Hassan Umar, Amankwa Millicent Yabua, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andrew Esiama, Amwaku Jampo Rudolph, Ampa Bin Simon Shreme, Ampofu Kwame Chumesi, Amprechum Sapon Kweku, Enim Ernest Yao, Ankoma Emilia, Anodom Pre Frank, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Apak Clement Abbas, Apieje Patricia, Ahin Ebenezer Prince, Amable Nyamike, Asa Emilia, Asamoah Fred Chase, Asamoah Vincent Topon, Asante Lorette Koko, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asare Kwame Obeng, Esiedu Aida Ajua, Asensu Boade Francis, Ashi Alfred Mikote, Esiedu Charles, Asafwa Vincent Eko, Aworigo Simon Akibangi, Ewa Naneje Bafo, Ewuku Samuel, Awuni Teresa Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayaraga Mahama, Aye Nana Asafweje, Aye Sudan Kwa Grace, Aye Ne Dominica Kritinga, Azuma Bandim Abednego, Azuma Joseph, Befi Michael, Batagli Mohammed Isa, Baudra Charles, Bawadua Charles, Beja Emmanuel Kwesi, Bequin Frank Estiedu Bequin, Bessie Daniel Keshi, Beyo Titles Kofi, Bisu Mavis Kukua, Wako Gideon, Wachiya Don Patrick, Boa Emmanuel Kweku, Boa Ma Patrick Yao, Boa Ting Joseph Apia, Boa Ting Kwabna, Brahma Mohammed Bawa, Brefo Bright Asamoah, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Bachman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nikwe, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxton Nelson Eche Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Danbe Enesina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensa, Dapila Kletu Seidu, Dako John, Dako Mensa Fabnotre, Dauda Collins, There Sebastian Fred, Jabab Nelson Kofi, Jogbadi Jorani Godwin Enimli, Dra Emmanuel, Dumelo John Seto, Jiwonu Laurentia, Enu James, Fatahia Abdul Aziz, Foko Chinebua Kodia, for John Intim, for Madi Jean-Marie, for St. Castle Atoba, for St. Charles, Frimpon Nanampao Kwamiado, Frimpon Joseph, Frimpon Ohene Kwame, Frimpon Owen Kwame, Gakwe Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganza Al-Hassan Kobna, Gomado Yao, Gomashi Jifa Abla, Jan Mensa Richard, Jechi Nasira Fra, Henry Bensel Godfred, Otoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Ibrahim Azura Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isa Atta, Isifu Mahmood, Jack John Kwame Ado, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Joshua Godfrey Seidu, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kabiru Muhammad Tai Abdul, Kini Jeffrey, Kojia Kwame Apia, Kunedu Akwesi, Kosa Martin Kweku Ejei Mensa, Kweli Wolase, Potosu Edem Richard Kofi, Kuma Joseph Kwame,
Present.
Kumi Ernest Yao, Corey Richard, Kuyon Solomon, Kwenu Othniel Echo, Kwatin Kweku Ajimai, Che Shelley, Chiredria Dixon, Lamisi Akambai Balidia, Labi Oscar Ofori, Late Agnes Namomo, Lukuto Maxwell Kwame, Mahama Daniel Dang, Mahama Shaibu, Mafu Kofia Henkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako, Mafu Kofi Ahenkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako,
Miss Adomako Mensa Collins,
Mensa Isaac Ejay, Mensa Joseph Kwesi, Miji Mashaibu Nuren, Mills Samuel Atta, Mie Anthony, Mohammed Haruna, Mohammed Yakubu, Mubarak Seed, Mumuni Alasan, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, Inkwikara Suma Anthony, Nandaya Stanley Yao, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nate Ayiku Benjamin, Nawani Mark Kurt, Indebila Ebenezer Alumri, Nichema Bila Alamzi, Nitiwu Dominic Bingham Aduna, in Kansabwedu Mavis, in Kuma Kojopon, Nukwa Pius Kwame, Nokoi Kofi Ako, Norbe Ernest Henry, Notukoto Peter Kwesi, Intebe William Ayo, Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi, Intim Adlet, Intosu Helen Ajwa, Nuridin Mumuni Mohammed, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyakum Bismarck Tete, Nyako Isaac Boama, Nyako Kingsley, Nyako Thomas Ampem, Nyako Kwame Naminta, Nyindam Matthew, Oklu Linda Ohenewa, Odampton Isaac Asha, Oforiata Duke William Allen Kwame, Ofosu Felix Kwache, Ofosu Ejari Elizabeth, Okuno Phyllis Nakoyo, Onyina Champon Akwesi Jensi, Opoku Davis Ansa, Opoku Eric, Opoku Isaac Yao, Osei Kennedy Nyako, Osei Ejay Nana, Osei Akoto Seth, Osei Akoto Seth, Osei Akoto Seth, Osei Atari Abena, Oti John Kwabena Bless, Oredu Charles Esuako, Owusu Gloria, Owusu Rachel Ama, Owusu Charles Francis Kwabena Brempong, Peito Desmond Digwa, Pelpo Abdurrashid Hassan, Pokwedu Say Ralph, Quayton James Jechi, Ramadan Mohammed Adamu, Rickett Hagan George Kweku, Salam Damata Ama Epianima, Sandari Sebastian Meneso, Soya Queen Sapokua, Sefe Richard Kwame, Seidu Haruna, Shaib Jerry Ahmed, Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo, Sowarita Nao Jole, Supari Mohammed Adams, Sulemana Adama, Sulemana Al-Hassan, Sulemana Al-Hassan Tampuli, Sulemana Yusuf, Tanko Mustafa Amaju, Taylor Isa Salifu, Taylor Abi Ebenezer Oklite, Tete Agotri Gisela, Tete Joyce Lane, Tete Joseph Akwete, Tobin Emmanuel, Sophie Dokas, Tobu Peter Lanchini, Ture Mahama Nasser, Teko Thomas Wolanyo, Tubazu Abdul Raouf Tonjem, Yusuf Mustafa, Vanderpoy Alfred Oko, Bondi David, Aisum Annaba Thomas, Yabua Frank, Yabua Kofi Obri, Yibo Isaac Awuku, Zidin B and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. All members elect, we shall proceed in accordance with Standing Order 8.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I am satisfied that quorum is present in this House to enable me proceed to conduct the election of the Speaker. In doing so, I would like to draw your attention to Article 95(1) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected as member of Parliament. I also want to refer you to Order 7.2, which says a person shall not be proposed for election as Speaker unless the person has given a written consent to the clerk to be nominated as Speaker. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I beg to quote, where only one person is proposed, the person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remark. All members elect, I now invite nomination for the election of the Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 8.4. Chairman, I beg to read. A member elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Mr. Chairman, I move that Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin do take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin is a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on the 7th January 2021, thus becoming the first person ever in the history of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government nor controls the majority of seats in Ghana's Parliament. He was called to the bar as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trusts. Right Honorable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 and graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English.
He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra, where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Bagbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a Member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years, Honorable Alban Hinsford Babin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Bagbin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second Deputy Speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes, currently is the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the Vice President of CPA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the President, Conference of Speakers, and President of African Legislatures. He's a member, International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled courageous, firm, decisive, and resolute personality. Right Honorable Bagbin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat par excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Bagbin has championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members and the parliamentary service during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so move. Thank you. Any seconder? Our minority leader.
Chairman, it is my distinct honor to rise to second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Casey Atoba House. But before I second this motion, before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters. Before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a Speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular, Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker he hasn't voted.
Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This is my 4th term in this House, and this is the first time in the history of this Parliament. Our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair. I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect for our Constitution and the standing orders of the House. If you have some, you call it preliminary remarks, you can do that out of the confines of the motion and secondment. You are minority leader. You are well within your right to make your preliminary remarks after. You cannot be violating our standing orders. Please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre. It's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate the pace. Please, let's see your authority. We will not accept it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members.
Honorable members, thank you very much. The Honorable Minority Leader indicated that he's aware of the rules of engagement regarding seconding the motion nominating the Speaker. That should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the Honorable Minority Leader will do exactly so. Honorable Minority Leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take issues with my respected colleague, Honorable Ablakwa. I will always want to respect his views. But I love debate, and I would want us to go into the issue. I respectfully, I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chair, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. I said I have a preliminary matter to raise. In law, Mr. Blocker, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter, I meant to say that I have to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion. And that is allowed. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, this house is a house of rules and procedures. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, let me put on record that the minority leader is a distinguished lawyer of repute. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, I will refer the House to the rules of this House, and specifically to Order 8, Rule 4. And Mr. Chairman did refer to it, which reads, with your permission, and I quote, that a member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament, and shall move that the person, quote, do take the chair of this House as Speaker, end quote, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks, end quote. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, brother and friend, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, made a point rightly that in seconding the motion for somebody to take the chair, one is not entitled to make remarks or debate. Mr. Chairman, we all heard the venerable, distinguished, astute lawyer, minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Martin, loud and clear. Mr. Chairman, he said, and I quote him, before I second the motion, and quote, before I second the motion. Mr. Chairman, he had not seconded the motion. And he did go a step further. Mr. Chairman, he did go a step further to say, before I second the motion, I would like to make some preliminary points. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will pardon my friend and brother, the Honorable Judicial Blakwa. He is not a lawyer. And therefore, by a basic rule, Mr. Chairman, by a basic rule or canon of interpretation, even a layperson will appreciate that the distinguished minority leader is yet to second the motion, and therefore he's entitled to make the preliminary points he sought to make. So let the minority leader make those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we shall proceed with seconding of the motion. And honorable minority leader, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman. Let me sit down. Mr. Chairman, to rise to second a motion is a voluntary act. If he's not interested in seconding the motion, he should sit down. I rise to second the motion. The motion is therefore seconded. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, our Constitution, Article 95, provides that there shall be a Speaker who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand a statement issued by the office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, titled President-elect Mandate NDC Parliamentary Leadership to nominate Right Honorable A.S.K. Bagbin as Speaker of 9th Parliament. It reads, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive and Parliamentary leadership of National Democratic Congress, mandated the nomination of the Right Honorable Abansuma Kingsford Babi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Oposu, Pachi Oposu, as Special Aide. Chairman, the preliminary
issue, I'm ready. It's the effect that the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
requires the consent
word from that letter.
to be nominated.
Word from that letter. That letter was the
Situation where
it must not be tolerated.
the executive now directs that a
Word from that letter.
nominate would make this arm of government
of record.
an
Word from that
appendage
letter.
of the executive. Mr. Chairman,
No, word from that letter.
it's the objection that I have. Having made that point,
Word from that letter.
I need, Mr. Chairman, to also draw your attention to the fact that in 2012, 7 January, when Right Honorable himself, as minority leader, was seconding the motion ably moved by J.H. Mensah for consideration of Alajete as the speaker. These were his observations, and I read from column 4 of the Hansard of 7 January 2001. I quote, ASK Bagwe, NDC, Nadole Kalipno, as he then was. He says, Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion urging this House to accept the nomination of Mr. Peter Alajete as Speaker of the 3rd Parliament of the 4th Republic. He goes on to say, Mr. Chairman, in doing so, however, I would want to register the displeasure of the minority side on how this issue has been handled. Mr. Chairman, it is part of the rules of democracy for us to be heard. I am not opposed to the motion, but my concerns must register for Hansa. And the man that we are proposing for the high office of Speaker himself has set a precedent where in seconding Alajete, the chair allowed him to raise his concern. Let us tolerate each other. I am here with his own records. Mr. Chair, my contention basically is that in view of the improper consultation from the majority side in this matter, and in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the executive in a public statement is directing the honorable majority leader to nominate a person. I hold the view that honorable minority leader. There is no any executive. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. There is no any executive. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. There is no executive. Recognize honorable members' intent. But let me make a point. Honorable minority, I am the chair of this proceeding. Let me make my point. Honorable minority leader, there are extraneous matters which I believe should not be part of this process. You were to second the motion. The other information you were tendering, the other information you were providing, is not an information which is before this House. It is not part of the process for consideration for nomination of the Speaker. So, in seconding the motion, these matters ought not to have been brought to the floor of the House. Let me make that point. In doing so, I recognize Honorable Muntaka, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair, ordinarily I would not have reason to speak, but because we have rules and you have a leader
grossly abusing it, I need to draw his attention. Aside Order 7, I want to refer the minority leader to our standing orders 11510. And in 11510, it says, and I read, under rules of debate, and I read, a member seconding a motion or an amendment shall state, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion or amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So while you are saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to Order 8, after seconding and the motion is taken, before the Speaker is called to take the chair, the standing order allows a member to get up and make other comments before that check. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are abusing the rules. You can second the motion, let the motion pass. If you have something to say, you get up and you cut out the chair, and then you'll be allowed to speak. So with this, you are abusing our rules, and we need to draw your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minority Leader, I take it that you have seconded the motion. If you haven't seconded the motion, Honorable Minority Leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of this proceeding, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka. I disagree with him, but I'll reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, a preliminary matter is a preliminary matter. Having raised them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by an instructor from the
The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to the office of the Speaker has been moved and ably seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the Clerk of Parliament, Parliamentary Secretary. Attention, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 7.2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Aban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, it is appropriately tabled. It is appropriately tabled. Yes, together, yes, together with all, yes. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this time, I want to find out, is there any other nomination? Right.
Mr. Chairman,
In response to your question, our side has no other nomination. Just for the record, we do not have any other nomination. Why are you scared? You think we want to pull a last one on you? Why are you scared? Mr. Speaker, why are they scared? We are not pulling a fast one on you. We will not. Are you sure you don't have any other nomination yourself? Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from our side. Mr. Chairman, have patience for the process. Our side, the MPP minority, has no other nomination. But we want to find out from the backbench whether they have any other nomination. They should tell us. Whether they are only relying on the president-elect's nomination or they have another one, they should let us know. There be no other nomination. I hereby duly declare Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby as having been elected. Now we will invite the sponsors to conduct Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby to the stage. As Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby is being conducted into the House, I shall invite the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, to proceed to the days for the administration of oath. Waiting for you to come. You may resume your seats. I shall now invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of office of the Speaker to the Speaker-elect. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, may proceed to the dais for the administration of the oath.
I will start with the oath of allegiance. You can say after me.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as a law established,
as by law established,
that I will uphold the sovereignty
that I will uphold the sovereignty
and integrity of Ghana,
and integrity of Ghana,
and that I will preserve,
and that I will preserve,
protect,
and defend
the Constitution
of
the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Now we will have the speaker's oath. I,
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established, that I will uphold the integrity of the Republic of Ghana, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of Parliament, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor affection or ill will. So help me God. I go. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. God bless you.
Honorable members, order, order. Honorable members, it's now time for us to move to item 5 on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker delivers acceptance speech. Honorable members, I proceed to deliver my acceptance speech. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokunu, Honorable Members of Parliament elect, Your Excellencies, Speakers and Presidents of legislatures present. I'm aware we have a number of them with us today. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps present, our most revered spiritual and traditional leaders of the country, chairmen and executives of political parties present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for His grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To Him be all the praise
an honor. Honorable members of Parliament elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung Parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your Parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of Parliament. As the standard orders of Parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members-elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper. Taking of oaths. Honorable members, all members must be present to be sworn in. I notice a number of members have moved out of the chamber. And if you are not sworn in, you remain member-elect. Honorable members, before I swear you in, it's proper I draw your attention to the presence of some important dignitaries in the House. We have the spouse of the Chief Justice of 8th, Mr. Francis Tobonu, apart from my spouse, Madam Alice Adjoa Yunus. We also have His Excellency Adama Bitogo, President Assemblée Nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he is a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nagbekum, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zifamia Charubira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. He is ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. We have the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I
I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually. We have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the holy books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps with us. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. Honorable members, members-elect actually, in accordance with Article 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standard Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members-elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member-elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, repeat after me. I having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established. That I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Of the Republic of Ghana. And that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Members, you may now resume your seats. Please resume your seats. Honorable members, resume your seats. Honorable members, before I congratulate all of you on the assumption of office as members of Parliament, it is important I remind you of the crucial roles of political leadership in development. Honorable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests with us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oath and submit the signed copies to the marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. Honorable members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a ninth. Majority Leader and Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we please proceed to item 7. The House elects deputy speakers. Item 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6, to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Person to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable for consideration by this August House as the first Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected member, ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo comes from Atijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo was born on the 6th day of February 1973. So he's over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Adaku, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so move.
I hope, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hope this time around there will be no theatrics, and so I'll proceed. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
The same way.
elevated the issue further. I am on this conversation where I don't think I put now.
Honorable members, may we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Any nomination? Yes.
Speaker, I rise with respect to nominate Speaker, I rise to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amuako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amuako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you on many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension. He has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on this, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to Article 96(1)(b) of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the first Deputy Speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Yes. There being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Esiama Andrew Amuako, Member of Parliament for Formina constituency, duly elected as the second Deputy Speaker of the 9th
Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, this is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand. But let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this House. You don't clap. You say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get to these heights have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadoli-Kaleo constituency in the Upper West region. And so I have a number of my hardworking constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend a sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, when we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 prompt. With this, the sitting honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament, where there will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House and sitting is accordingly suspended.
There we go. Parliament, the 8th Parliament doesn't exist anymore. Bye-bye to the 8th Parliament. A new era has been ushered in. The, the Speaker of Parliament, as you just heard him, swore a number of MPs swore them in and actually announced that these are new members of Parliament. This is the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic, and he decided to suspend the House because, as you do know, there's a lot to happen later today. The inauguration is going to happen at the Independence Square, and so it's important that the MPs go and get some rest, shower, and freshen up a little bit. Honorable Dwasai was just telling me off air that he doubts if they can even get some 2-3 hours before they did it. We hope they do, otherwise they'll come there and doze off. But whatever it is, we hope that you enjoyed our coverage, and I'm going to get my resource person to just give their concluding remarks each very briefly, and then we can call it a day, because yes, as you can tell, we're also sitting here, it's past our bedtime. And so I'm not going to mention names, but some of my resource persons were dozing off. I stayed, very glued to the TV. I couldn't even blink an eye because I don't have the right to blink an eye. But some of my guests were dozing off. I don't have the right to mention their names because they haven't given me the green light to mention their names. But it's not been easy for them at all. It hasn't been easy. I wish they could all behave like me. But anyway, Honorable Judiciary, so it is what it is. Yeah. Parliament is gone. It's now new Parliament. Mm-hmm. It's the dawn of another era. Yeah. And what's been going through your mind?
Well, now the day is over.
Right.
The big task is what is ahead of us. For me, I think that since the 7th of December, I've never been able to rejoice in this victory. More so because I think this nation has been wound backward for quite a while. And the the exigencies of the time requires that we get our loins and put our shoulders to work. So there's no time for fanfare and so on. Of course, tomorrow is a holiday. I expect people to make a bit of merry, but it should end tomorrow. Wednesday, we get back to work. Ghanaians, we cannot disappoint them at this stage. The president, I know, will hit the ground running. Some names have already been circulated earlier today. The chief of staff, the others. I'm sure in a bit of 2-3 days from now, a bit more names will be circulated, and we'll get to know at least the first layer of leadership that will compose the team that he's going to work with. I cringe like I said earlier, with the numbers we have in Parliament, because I hope that we will hold it responsibly. We will not disappoint Ghanaians, and once we are able to do so, Ghanaians will give us another opportunity to serve them another term without any recourse to acrimony or whatsoever. I believe that President Mahama means well, but he can't do it all alone. He can't do it all by himself. And we should all take this job seriously. I hope that politicians like myself should not just fill into the space of power. They should come in there with some sense of responsibility towards this nation. And for me, that is what I expect of my younger colleagues in Parliament. It's not a joke. It's not a place for play. Yes, once a while you throw in some funny jokes here and there, but they should let us see them as a group, this particular 9th Parliament. The 8th Parliament wasn't a bad one, as I said earlier. They did a good job, and I think this one should learn from them, because they had to work with a hang team, like on both sides. It was tough. So they all had to come in every now and then prepared. If you are not careful because of your numbers, you may assume, oh, if I don't go, X will come. And by the time you realize, even though we have the numbers, our back will be empty. That is how Parliament can deceive you. They think the work is all over. You know, let me go to the ministry, let me go do this, let me go look for this, let me go look for that. And before you realize, you are out. So please, those will be my remark at this point. Okay. I wish them well. I congratulate them. Yeah. I congratulate the president ahead of tomorrow morning. And I believe he will bring smiles back to the faces of all Ghanaians. Thank you.
Okay. Except that, let me just say that Tema Central, Techiman South, Okaikwe Central, Akwetia, and the others, and some other seats. What it means is that they've been sworn in as members of Parliament, and so the legal processes would have to continue. I don't know what it means for the legal process, because a stay of execution was filed restraining them from being sworn in, but they decided to go ahead on behalf of the leadership of the party, that's the MPP. They said, well, they're going to go ahead, swear us in, we're ready to face the consequences of contempt. So they've been sworn in, and I don't know where that leaves the NDC MPs who originally won that seat, but when the recounting was done, they lost it. Let me go to Dr. Victor Doak. Did you think it took a wee bit of time?
Yeah, it did. And I'm hoping probably they should review the process and then
again
take out some elements, for example, the reading of the bios and all of that, because mostly you're reading the bio in such instances should be very short and succinct. The long bios do not help. I think generally they need to relook at the process and have a succinct procedure. Now, to talk about new entrants also, one thing they should know is reading the standing orders. Now, some, of course, we know about, I think, 2 from the entertainment field who are now in peace. Now, there's a difference in behavior, difference in mannerism when you're an MP, the way you speak and all of that. You don't speak like you do when you're on television, and thereby revealing secrets and all of that. So I think new entrants should know this. Your way of speaking should change henceforth. Otherwise, they would have problems with their leadership. Now, the other thing I want to point out is with regards to the clerk making it very sound when the court had, issued an order, and the said MP or MPs decided that, well, the process can go ahead. Whatever happens should happen. By this, we are setting a precedent. And I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but it means that members of Parliament, or those members in particular, knowing that we are a country who understand the rule of law, decide that we are going against the rule of law, which is not good. So we just wait to see what's going to happen, but then it doesn't send a good message. And then lastly, what I will talk on is with regards to the expectations on the appointments, ministerial list and all that. So I personally am expecting, like, within 36 hours, the president should come out with his list, because I know even before he's been sworn in, he's made up his mind. The list, some lists are out with regards to staffers and all of that. I think he already has his list. It's just a matter of time, and then you put it out there.
All right. Sadi.
Yes. I think that Abang Bagbin today, Right Honorable, has joined Justice Diafanan to have a second term in Parliament. Because between them, all other speakers have had one term each. Talk of Alajete, Sechi Hughes, Bafrodado, Doajao, Michael Kwe. He has made it two, and that's a sign of distinction, because if you look at the great works of Diafanan, which we all cherish if you talk about parliamentary works, and for Right Honorable Bagbin to have also achieved that, I think that it's a great honor, and we thank him, we congratulate him, and we expect to see that sterling performance. I mean, putting the nation first. Where it is wrong, it is wrong. Where it is right, it stamps its authority on what is right.
Ghana first.
Yes, Ghana must go first. I mean, Ghana
Ghana
first.
first.
We have to put Ghana first. And I mean, so we've seen what, 120 new parliamentarians, new entrants, which in parliamentary terms you say that that quality as you expect will not be there, because first timers would have to go through the process and learn a lot before they know the standing orders, the rules, I mean, even the mannerisms, the ethics of politics, as Doc was saying, because there's a different way you behave in public as a parliamentarian, different when you're doing your other things. So we expect to see more of them. I mean, despite the seriousness of the work of Parliament, I mean, it comes with some drama. And the drama it's not just any drama, but exhibiting the skills, the language, and everything which enriches the work of Parliament. And we want to see that, because students of political science, law, social, anthropologists, if you like, researchers and everything, would want to follow and learn from it. And so they shouldn't let us down. And then the third, I would say that it's got to do with the work at hand. Because, I mean, all what has been done, it's for a purpose. And that purpose is making Ghana work again, getting Ghana to the level that we'll all be happy with, so that youth unemployment, people traveling and wanting to go anywhere to work because they want to escape the system will be reduced. So we expect that. And that will come largely by way of appointments, the people who are put to the work. Once we get it right, and the first sign of getting it right is that when the names are mentioned, the whole nation accepts it. But when the names comes out and you see people pushing it back, then it's a sign that, look, these are not the people we are expecting to do the work. We trust our president. He's been there before, and he will be able to deliver.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Niamadi. Mr. Matifiu.
Yeah, thanks. I said that the previous parliament, we saw an increase in the female representation, 40. I hope to see more. I hope there should be an improvement on this. Then, in the previous parliament, the speaker had no ties with the ruling party. Today, it is different. How is it going to pan out? Then, in 2022, Ghana's parliament was described as the best open parliament in the whole of Africa. Are we going to have such accolades following us? Again, you had situations where Parliament was overly partisan and stalled the passage of many important laws. This time around, we have overwhelming majority. How is that also going to pan out? Then again, the previous Parliament was unable to curb the insatiable appetite of borrowing by the executive. And the idea of borrowing is so interesting. In Nkrumah's era, when his attention was drawn to the fact that he was borrowing too much, he said he was yet to see any country being arrested for borrowing too much. Interestingly, you had situations where people like Buzia came up to say, Kafo Didi. A champion said, Yentia. I mean, it went on. President Mahama said he will borrow to carry on with the development. Nanado, who was complaining then in opposition, came and were sacked from the borrowing board. So how will Parliament check the executive this time? And are we going to have things working in our favor? I love this poem so much by Ngugi wa Thiong'o when he wrote in Weep Not Child. Weep not child, weep not my darling child. With these kisses, let me wipe away your tears. The ravening clouds shall not long possess the sky. They shall not forever be victorious. The dark cloud is over. We're moving into a fresh breath of air. Are we going to do well so that democracy is deepened in Ghana? Like the French people will say, nous vivrons voir. We live to see.
Well, on that poetic note, I want to say a big thanks to you for watching us, for watching this edition of our coverage of the dissolution of Parliament and the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. Big thanks to Niama Amate, who is lecturer at UPSA, and also Mr. Niamadi, who is with the Center for Social Justice, and the Honorable Kojo Edwasari, a former member of Parliament for the Denton constituency, and also Dr. Victor Doak, who is a lecturer at Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. A big thanks to the production team. My name is Aldo Moro. I guess at this time, we have to say hasta la vista. Have a good morning. Catch us later today for the inauguration. Annie, Ampofo, and the rest of the team will be here. Bye-bye.
How far with your intention?
To be honest,